I'll do this tomorrow.
Yep, I didn't even take care to do all of this. Boom, 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 boom. You know, the real ones always know. I told you. I told you. Dun, 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 Master Chin and the Mad Angels are rivals. Where are the Mad Angels? Yeah. Satori Blue, welcome to the stream. Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3. If I got a cup in my room, I will pee. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah. All right, we're good. Let's play this boring ass game. The good thing about it, once you get the job, you get he goes straight to the harbor, so you don't have to walk there and get on the bus. It all happens automatically. But the problem is you gotta do this dumb race every morning. Every morning. It don't matter how many times you get first place, second place, third place. Everyone. As long as you have this job, they do this every morning. I think this was an oversight too.
You all do your best now. Yeah.
I think they should have made this optional.
3 laps to the finish. Everybody ready? Yeah. On your mark. Almost time to go.
They should have made this race part optional. I think after the first one, they should have just made it optional. Like, do you want to race today?
Go.
This is so dumb because they go so slow, and it's cool for a couple times, but eventually it's just like, this is dumb. But it is what it is. You can't escape the early morning race. I think last time I got second place, so. Man, I almost didn't show up. I ain't gonna lie. I was watching Gundam Seed, and that shit's so good right now. Oh, I was like, one more episode. That's what I was telling myself, but then my consciousness was like, the people need you, Marco. They're expecting me. It's already 10:30. Like, one more. I'm almost done with it though. I got like 4 episodes left. But there's a sequel called Gundam Seed Destiny. I probably won't watch it immediately though. I want to watch something else. But I heard that the sequel isn't as good. I heard it's really bad. But I'll find out eventually. I want to be number 1 today. I gotta at least beat him one time. Okay, I'm in first place. I'm not sure, but I think I think if you don't do anything, eventually the race will end at a certain time because time is still moving forward. So I think at a certain point, the alarm to start work is just gonna go off. I know time is accelerated in this game, but when you, the fact is he spends the entire 9 o'clock racing forklifts. But at least we're in first place. This is so dumb because you're going so slow. This is kind of like if a bunch of old people at a nursing home were racing golf carts.
Finish!
But I got first place. Mark, welcome to the stream. Hey, that's Mark over there too.
Pretty damn good for a rookie.
Hey, I know. I got first
Here's
place.
your first place prize. Thanks.
Thanks. Pretty damn good for a rook.
Hope you work as well as you race.
Oh yeah, this is like the first real day, right? No, this is the sec. This all right. This is the
I'm
second.
ready. Today, you got to take this cargo to warehouse number 3. Here's the map. Don't forget the quota. No problem. Okay, good luck.
Oh, here we go. Yes, guys, this is real. Okay. What's the map? Hold up. Gotta get the map. Oh, I forgot how to use this damn thing. Okay, but where's the map? I forgot the map. Oh, it's square. Okay. So, at least put it in the right position. So, wait a minute. Where am I? Hold up. Am I? So I'm here. And he said warehouse 3, right? I can't go through there, right? Bro, I'm tripping. So, if I'm here, I have no idea what I'm looking at right now. Oh, okay. I remember now. Yep, this is the life. This is where I'm gonna be eventually. Let me see. So you go straight, and then it should be what, behind here. And this is okay. There we go. Yeah, it's not too hard. Have you heard of HHC, Chad? HHC, not at all. HHC. The best part of the game. Yep, definitely. Doesn't get much better than this shit. But it is nice because you get paid more money than you ever get doing anything else, which, I mean, really outside of Ine-san give you an allowance, there really isn't any other way to make money. There's that one part where you get the money for the ticket, and then when you get when you get finessed, you have a little bit left over. But that's about it. That's the only time you get money outside of the allowance or working. So, and so when you get the job, you do get more disposable income. But unfortunately, there's not like it's a ton you can do with it in this game. If you're trying to collect the capsule toys, then you'll have more than enough money for that. You can buy these scrolls to unlock some of the more powerful moves, and you can buy cassette tapes and whatnot at the grocery stores. But one of the cool things about it, though, is that if you know what triggers the story events during this period where he has the job, you can work this job for quite a while and build up a lot of money. That's what I did when I had played this over a year ago or so. Because the way it works is he's working his job so he can run into the Mad Angels. And the more they harass you, the more you end up fighting them, and eventually you get fired. But if you don't trigger the events that lead to those battles, then you just pretty much hold on to the job for pretty much as long as you want. And you can just stack money like that until you're ready to move on. But there's one fight in particular that's gonna end up getting you fired. So if you want to stack money, you got to avoid that, and it's not really that hard. What you want to do is when you go on break, go straight to the Tomato Mart and just chill out in there, so you don't trigger any events. And when work is over, just leave the harbor as soon as you can. And then you just keep stacking money. Then once you got enough, then go ahead and progress the story. But we're not doing that. I'm trying to get done with this shit as soon as possible. Remember, this is the Shenmue speed run. On my gaming channel, I did a no save, no death run of Resident Evil 1 Classic, and routing it out was really fun. It made me kind of understand the joy of speed running, even though it wasn't necessarily a speed run, but routing is an important part of getting ready to do a speed run, right? Like charting out the fastest way to do stuff. Speed wasn't my priority though. It was just how to beat the game in a way where you wouldn't die or have to save. And so I had to route and figure out how to get from point A to point B and just write taking notes and shit. That was a lot of fun. I think I might do it with Resident Evil 1, the remake. And maybe even 2, but 2 is a bit different because of the adaptive difficulty that I hate. So there's a random element, not a random, but the game isn't always the same depending on how well you play. I hate that mechanic so much. I tried to comment twice. I'm going this long road here. I tried to comment twice on your Nightwalk vid, but clearly YouTube doesn't like the H word. The H word. Oh. It says there are 8 comments, but I only see 3. Was it Hitler? I was a little worried about making that video though, because I was like, because YouTube is just so. YouTube is what it is. You guys know what it is, and but last night was crazy. That Kanye interview was out of this world. Kanye is a very fascinating individual. He was up there with the mask on, like Lelouch from Cold Geese or something. It was he put out the Yahoo and the fly swatter. It was oh boy. Not the fly swatter, but the net and Yahoo. Oh my god, dude. That was great. That was really great. I made that video, but really, I just wanted to talk about Gundam. No, it was a great opportunity to throw some anime talk in there, though. Well, I think that's it.
Lunchtime, eh?
Dun, dun, dun. I'll see if I can do anything about the comments. Maybe I can maybe it's held for review or something. I'll check it out. Wagey simulation. That's really what it is. I mean, it's absolute wagey. Like, when you play certain games where you can have a job, they'll try to make it fun and exciting. Like, you can make a game where there's a burger flipping side mission or something, right? Just for example, and you can make that fun. There's a way to make that fun, right? This game really went out of its way to just, no, this is a boring wage slave job. You can't listen to music. You can, right? You really just got to move those crates to the designated location. It's no joke. That's what's so funny about it. They didn't even try to make it fun. You guys want to know, dude, this is nothing. This is nothing. There's a hentai game called Karen's Prison, right? And now this depends on how you're trying to play. But let's assume that you're trying to play where you're not going to be a shameless slut. So you're not going to be engaged, or you're going to be trying your best not to engage in any sort of sexual activity in that game. There's a mini game where you get to make money working as a waitress in the prison bar. I know, ridiculous, but it's hentai, right? And that shit is so tedious. I'd rather play the Shenmue. I'd rather play Shenmue forklift job any day over that shit. Now, it's one thing if you're not trying to be like, if you're not trying to do a pure run, and you'll let her just get slutted out every turn of the way. But
I love these.
If you're doing a purity run and you're working at, and money is so important in that game. Money is so important. Like you can't even say, "Oh, nah, I'm not gonna." Money is so important. I love that game, but it's definitely too tedious.
This again?
But I highly recommend Karen's Prison for anyone who's a fan of hentai games, for sure.
Maybe I should get another.
Yeah, that's the H word. I even spelled it crazy like Hitler still hit. Yeah, damn. Ridiculous, man. Yeah, come on.
This again?
That don't even make sense. I get it, right? I get it. Hitler did a lot of bad things. But regardless of that, he's an important historical figure. You have countless videos on YouTube covering this man.
I know this.
So why try to censor and control what people can comment?
Maybe I should get another.
It's nothing less than clown world ridiculousness. Let's just call it what it is. Clown world ridiculousness. Come on. We can't we're gonna treat Hitler like Voldemort now? He who should not be named? Please.
I should try again.
Did you watch the interview with Lex? Who is Lex? Nah, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. This is so accurate. I had lunchtime at my job too.
What? This again?
Well, when I was working, we didn't have lunchtime because it didn't take long to finish the job. We didn't even work long enough to deserve a lunch break. I took some anyway. When I was working at the medical center, they had upstairs. They had a lounge area, and
it's the same one.
They would always have bowls of assorted chocolates. Well, not assorted chocolates, but like like the mini Snickers, mini Milky Ways, mini Twix, and whatnot. They would have like a bowl full of those, and so I would take a few and maybe a bag of chips out of the right, a little small bottle of water. What?
I know this.
Oh, this is cool. Who is that? Alex Kidd? Yep.
Maybe I should get another.
But you know what's funny about that little snack bowl, right? So it would have mini Snickers, mini Milky Ways, mini Twits,
This again?
maybe something else, right? I always noticed because we were all digging in that bowl. We would all take like one or two or something like that, right? But I always noticed the last chocolates in that bowl were always the Milky Ways.
It's the same one.
Milky Way is such a lame chocolate bar.
Maybe I should get another.
Everybody would go straight for the damn Snickers and the Twits. What was the other one? I think they had like Hershey, like mini Hershey's and shit too.
This again? I should try again.
I'm sure they didn't mind. Chat Marco, did you hear the song, the SoundCloud rap song me and my friend made on the Discord chat? I didn't hear it at all. Send me a direct message on Discord and link it. I was just replying to the direct messages in my Discord yesterday. Well, I replied to some of them. So send a direct message. I'll be on Discord again tonight. I got some shit to do.
What? This again?
I mean, this is what we do. I'm really just waiting for the. Oh yeah, I gotta go. I gotta try to trigger some events too. I forgot.
Nah, not today.
Going to the gym in GTA San Andreas is one of my all-time favorite gaming highlights. I wasn't a big fan of that in particular, but I did like. I liked how much they allowed you to customize CJ's appearance. I think as far as the whole gym thing, I was more into the different fighting styles, like the boxing and the karate and whatnot. But I think getting him buff was a little bit too easy.
It's already this late?
But yeah, I thought things like him being able to go to the fast food restaurant and buy food and it could heal you, and being able to change your clothes, having so many different types of clothing options and tattoos, being able to change your hairstyle, all that, man, that was very cool. I swear, I would never forget playing San Andreas for the first time though with my friends, because as a black man, a lot of those references, as far as like the parts when CJ was in the hood, we related to so much of that. You know, I'm not the type to get all giddy about representation, you know, black representation, and that's not my thing. But I gotta say that it was a fascinating experience to see so many of the elements of our environment in a video game. The hood rats, the crackheads, the gang bangers. Even some of the stuff the NPCs would say in the street, like the back of your neck look like a pack of hot dogs. Like those were jokes that we were saying as kids. So it really was quite the experience. I can't even lie. It was, you know. It's kind of unfortunate, in my opinion. Maybe some people would disagree, but I think that the hood parts were easily the best. I mean, the game is all around solid, but the hood, when he's in the hood, Los Santos, that's just, it doesn't get better than that. What are the other two places? San Fierro and Los Venturas, I think. Oh, but also I did like that part in the country when you were doing those missions with Catalina. Man, Catalina kind of made me want a crazy Mexican girlfriend. But I was a fool back then. Now I know better. That's you don't want that shit in real life. Those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Yes, Sangantu. Kanye is literally going to get Britney Spears. Some manager is going to claim he's mentally unstable and take control of his whole life. It's possible, man. It's definitely like I'm worried. I'm a little worried, and to be honest, I'm not and I'm not completely sure that he is completely mentally stable. to be honest with you, but I'm not gonna jump the gun and say that he's crazy either, because a lot of the things that he was saying made sense to me. You know, not even necessarily say that I agreed with everything he was saying, but I could see where he was coming from when it came to like his particular perspective. It wasn't like, and see, the thing is like, it's not as if he's saying something just completely out of this world. Like, he's not trying to call for violence and war and trying to take, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what stands out to me, right? You can have issues with what he's saying, but my problem with the world we live in now is like something like what Kanye is doing now. People react to him as if he's trying to get people to pick up arms and and start forcibly gunning down the enemy or something. Like, that's how they react to what he's saying. And it's just, I just think that you gotta properly assess and react to the things that people do. And I think people overreact to things like what Kanye is doing. I think people are really just too sensitive. But one thing I will say, and I know for a fact, Kanye is at that point where he don't give a damn no more, and and I like that. You can tell he's at that point where he doesn't care anymore. Not in a bad way, like he's just gonna do something crazy, but you can tell that he's comfortable with who he is. And he's going to express that regardless of what people say or do. You can't threaten him with taking his money or doing certain things to him. He is, I can tell that he's firm in his belief. Whether you agree with him or not, it's always nice to see somebody in our society who is firm in their beliefs. Somebody who's not trying to play both sides and trying to play, say, every side of every group. You know, I like seeing that. Like a lot of stuff he was talking was from the Bible, very religious stuff. I'm not religious myself, you know. I was raised as a Jehovah's Witness, so I know a lot of what he was talking about. But I'm not religious myself. But I can at least respect, you know. Look, that's where he is mentally and spiritually, and he's standing on that. That's just something that I love to see. Oh God, what LeBron James said the other day about that whole Jerry Jones situation. I love that too. Like, that was the first time I feel like I ever seen LeBron James being real. He wasn't playing.
Hey, look,
But
it's schoolboy.
it seems to be kind of contagious. Like, more and more people are really just not giving a damn, and they're really just speaking out about what they
Children
believe.
shouldn't play around with forklifts. You might get hurt, you know.
I thought this game.
Ha!
Lex and Kanye where he apologized. Lex is a Jew. Oh, well, damn.
You heard us? You're fired.
Well, never mind. What did he specifically apologize for?
Nice taxi you got here. Take me on home, okay? Get a move on.
Whatever.
Was this pre Alex Jones interview or post Alex Jones interview?
Hey, cut it out. Joke's on you, schoolboy.
That's it. You're mine.
It's showtime.
I'm gonna Mad Square and see what happens. I'm gonna Mad Square for a while and just see what happens. It's like when I try to actually fight, it don't work out for me. All I did was Mad Square the whole time. Oh wait, we're not done. Okay. I'm still just mashing square. I'm mashing square. That's all I'm doing, mashing square. All I did was Mad Square, man.
Oh man. Help me!
I'm going vegan, by the way. A girl convinced me. He's not a simp for that, Enganter. A lot of people, stand by the vegan diet.
You lying? If you don't believe me, go
But
see
I
for
don't know.
yourself.
I'm not sure myself. That's not something that that's not really something that I'm interested in. I think right now, my goal as far as dieting is just to make sure that I'm trying to reduce my sugar intake and increase the amount of fruits and vegetables that I eat. That's my focus right now. I did cut out pork. I stopped eating pork maybe like 2 years ago, and I've been able to stick to it thus far, so that's cool. And making sure that I take vitamins and whatnot. I've been really trying to up my calcium intake. I've been eating more yogurt, and then and calcium pills and whatnot. So that's where I'm at. But vegan, that's hardcore. I'm not ready to give up meat and start eating plant meat. Yeah, but I'm not ruling it out. I think I see a lot of people stand by it and say they feel much better after making those adjustments, you know. But then you got the carnivore diet, you know. Dubs, I wonder if you're trolling, but man, your life isn't going in a good direction. He's not doing that bad. He comes from a family who has money. He's in college. He's not doing bad. I think with Dubs, I think he needs to level up mentally, you know, a couple times. I think his desperation towards women, that's what worries me. He seems to have the kind of mind that's really gonna be foolish towards women, and
Finished for the day.
he needs some red pilling. He needs some red pill chased with a black pill.
Okay, good job. Here's today's pay.
He'll probably be alright though. She watched a movie called Dominion,
You
which
made
was about
quota,
industrialized
son. So
farming,
starting
and it
tomorrow,
ruined animal
you'll
products
get
for
50
me.
yen raise. That'll be 400 yen per crate.
I feel like I've seen something like that.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Ever since I saw it, I couldn't
Yes,
bring
thank
myself
you
to
very
eat,
much.
to eat meat again. Oh, that worked on you? I mean, I ain't picking, but I'm saying I've seen those vegetarian PETA vegan movies where they show you about animal abuse and whatnot, but that's never convinced me to stop. Never convinced me to stop eating meat, but it's definitely a fucked up industry. I mean, but I think it's one of those things where it's part of the ugly reality of nature. I mean, where would we be as human beings if we said, okay, we're not going to kill animals and make use of the
Maybe just
things we
one.
can get out of them. Everything from their skins, their furs, horns, the meat, milk, and whatnot. You know, it's. I'm not saying
It's
that
the
we
same
can't
one.
evolve past that, but I think that's just
I should try again.
reasonably speaking. That's
I'll
not
pass.
something that you're gonna get the masses to buy
I
into
love these.
anytime soon, because we're not far.
Maybe
We're
just
not
one.
that far removed from being dependent on animal products. Really, we still are in a lot of different ways. So it's. I see stuff
Hey,
like that,
what's
and
this?
it's fucked up. But it's like, man, it's not so fucked up that I'm about to completely stop eating meat, though.
Maybe I should get another.
I mean, let's say hypothetically I got stranded on an island somewhere, and I had to survive
Hey, what's this?
using the old methods, and I got to create a bow and trap animals to eat. You think I'm about to be vegan? You think about me vegan when I'm trapped on an island?
I should try again.
And gotta survive. So I don't know. Maybe someday though, but I definitely understand where people are coming from morally.
This again?
But I'm just being honest. I'm not ready for that type of.
Maybe I should
I'm not
get
ready
another.
for that type of adjustment. Mark, you would be surprised at the bullshit that happens in upper class
Hey,
neighborhoods
what's
in the
this?
Midwest and universities. What do you mean? Elaborate, Dubs.
Maybe I should get another.
Dubs, I am older, so hard to relate, but the amount of things you do for attention of girls worries me, but I guess do what you have to do. Then later in life you can go mix out. Yeah, that's what worries me.
It's the same one.
That's what worries me, you know. He doesn't seem to have any understanding of
Maybe
how
I
to
should get
navigate
another.
those, you know, dealing with
Nah, not today.
women, but you know, not that I'm some goddamn not like I'm some goddamn pimp or player out here who just mastered the art of my method is simply to just not play the game. Right? That's the easiest method. Just don't play the game at all. You know, the only winning move is not to play, so to speak. That's how I deal with it. But obviously, that's not a reasonable option for most men. So I can't really expect him to be like me. But I think what's really lacking for a lot of young guys is that we don't have men in our lives who really can teach us how to deal with women. Like, you know, I was talking to my mom, right? And I was talking about single mothers, and I was like, okay, Mom, would you recommend that I date a single mother? And then she was like, well, if you like her, you like each other, then I don't see the problem. And I said, Mom, I basically was like, "Mom, cut the crap. You know dating a single mother is a dumb idea. You are not naive. You are a woman of the world with years and years of experience. You know damn well I should not be dating a single mother. You know that's a bad, dumb idea." And I finally I pulled it out of her to admit it. But the fact that her first response was to give me some blue pill, politically correct nonsense, this is the fucking problem with our society. Your own parents won't tell you the truth, man. Your own parents won't give. If I have a son, I'm telling him straight up, look, man, dating a single mother is a bad idea, period. Now, you might be the exception and make it work. But as your father, I'm telling you, I strongly recommend against it. And if it don't work out, don't come to me because I told you, little dumbass. I'm going to tell my son straight up, don't get married. I'm going to break down step by step why I believe you should not get married. Now, you can do it when you grown. You got, you do what you want to do, right? But if it don't work out, don't bring your ass to me.
Been waiting for you.
But what I'm saying is, if I have a child, I'm going to be upfront with them about what I believe. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm right and they can't find a way to make these things work. But I'm going to do my fucking job and tell you the truth. I'm not going to sugarcoat shit.
Let's see you try and punch me.
Oh, by the way, this old man is a martial arts. This homeless guy is a martial arts master.
Quit your babbling and punch. You call that a punch? That'll be the famous Hazuki style.
How do you know the Hazuki style?
If you really want to know, give me your best shot.
Okay then.
He low key insulted him. He was like, "That's the Hazuki style." Oh look! Oh shit! Ah! So he ain't know Jackie Chan was out here hiding.
Why am I missing?
This was a real fight. I just crushed your throat.
How did you do that?
There's more to mastery than offense. Evasion without getting hit is an art in itself. My sensei used to call this move the shadow step.
Shadow step.
Shadow step.
So, how about it, son? Wanna learn it?
Yes, please teach me.
Nah, Kanye is a lost cause at this point.
Show me that.
I'm not ruling him out right now, but it's he's like he's definitely like in that wild card mode for sure.
That ain't too bad.
I'm not sure what his fate is gonna be at this point because he is just.
We'll see. Step forward. Pull your arms in a slide real quick. Once you slide up behind, cut a blow to the neck like so. Now, start from your basic stance.
But Kanye can still thrive in his own way, but I think that he's definitely gonna get pushed. He's definitely gonna get pushed out of like the mainstream acceptance, though, for sure.
Something like that. As you step forward, get ready to dodge and throw. Now, your turn.
Oh shit.
Don't forget to dodge. Your step-in move is a bit slow. Your movement is not good enough. At the same time you dodge, you gotta throw. Your step-in move is a bit slow.
Oh shit.
Right, nice. You're a quick study.
Thank you very much.
Got that touch, you do. How about a bit more practice?
I got it, dog, because I'm never going to use it.
No, I think I'm alright. Thank you for the instruction.
Well, don't go forgetting to practice every day.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps we'll meet again.
Please wait. How do you know about the Hazuki style?
The Hazuki name's known amongst martial artists. The style of Iwao Hazuki is revered by many, including me. Quite popular in spite of being so young he was.
My father? If you knew that move, why not use it that day?
No sense in fighting. Sometimes a clean getaway is also victory.
Very wise old man.
Ever need practice in the day, try warehouse number 4. Sometimes I'll be there myself. Be sure and practice daily.
What a great encounter. This is why you gotta respect your elders. They might teach you a super secret kung fu move. I wish the homeless dudes around here was so cool. They just beg for money to buy crack. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Ba 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 bo, ba da 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 da. Da-da. Big hit Dharmaka. Welcome to the stream. I can understand the whole Trump supporter thing and even his comments on the Jewish media, but once he started showing sympathy for Nazis and Hitler, I lost him there. But I talked about that in the Nightball vlog, so I'm not going to go too deeply into it there. But one point that I did forget to make also is that you got to understand that Kanye he's going through a next level religious awakening, and part of that is unwavering sympathy and love for even those who would be considered lost and evil, you know. You know, I'm not the most well versed on Christian morality, but preaching never ending hate towards a particular group isn't necessarily Christian like, from what I understand. So I think part of it is also, you know, him fully committing himself to the beliefs of Christianity and Jesus Christ. You know, Jesus Christ was the type to put himself amongst the quote unquote degenerate and try to show them the light, communicate with them, save them. And so you can't do that when your mindset is holding on to, okay, the idea that these people are bad, these people are evil, we're going to condemn them endlessly, you know. But I can't blame people for not understanding, because that kind of thought is a bit more nuanced, and quite frankly, we're not taught to think critically. I think a lot of thinking, the level of thinking that a lot of people have is pretty one-dimensional. But the way he said it too, I think was immature isn't necessarily the word. I think that he was trying to make a point. He was trying to make a point, and he was being very bold about his statements. But you could make the argument that he was being a bit too bold about it, because out of context, a lot of people are not going to understand exactly what he was trying to say. But again, I think to a certain extent, he was trying to make a statement when he said those things. Because I think part of the issue in our society is that there's a effort to shut down dialogue about certain things, and that's so dangerous when you're not allowed to talk about certain things or express certain opinions or ideas. You know, it's kind of like that black dude who was hanging out with the KKK. You would expect him to come back and just be like, oh, fuck those guys. But they were able to find like common ground on certain things. And whether you like it or not, sometimes the reason why people can't get along and hate each other is because there is no dialogue. There is no communication. But you'll be surprised who you could get along with and find common ground with if you just simply talk to them. If you just simply open up those channels of dialogue. And I feel like to a certain degree, that's what Kanye understands. And that's why he's stepping away from these ideas of, okay, let's just look at things in this black and white way. These people are good. These people are bad. Because that's part of what keeps people separated. But at the same time, I don't think that he's the most articulate as far as like expressing some of his ideas either, which you also have to be careful about. But overall, I think the biggest issue that I see, I just think people are just too goddamn sensitive. But you know, that interview is funny because when you see how Alex Jones is reacting to him, like he made Alex Jones uncomfortable. Like and that's amazing. I've never seen that. I've never seen anyone out Alex Jones. It was beautiful. His anti-Semitic remarks pre Alex. Okay, I mean, it just depends, right? Because when he was on Alex Jones' show, he was like not giving a damn. So I don't know. Because yeah. Because if he apologized, then he said even worse shit on, well, quote unquote worse things on the Alex Jones show. So that apology might not have meant much.
Everybody ready? Yeah.
Or it might have been an apology for something more specific. But what he was saying on the Alex Jones show, whatever apology he made before that don't mean shit now. He got because for the things that he said, he would have to go on a apology tour that would make Kyrie Irving's look like nothing in comparison. Cause I mean, he took it to a whole different level. But me personally, I love to see shit like that. I love to see stuff like that. And that's not because I'm some troll or anything like that. I just think that we as a people really need to step away from being so goddamn sensitive and be willing to actually talk about stuff like men. And it's not about agreeing with everything that Kanye or Kyrie or Alex Jones might say, Jordan Peterson, whatever. But I always want people to be free to express themselves. Because when we shut that down, when we lose that, it can be used against us in all the wrong ways. We have to be able to deal with people saying dumb shit. And that's not to say that what he was saying was dumb. But we have to be able to stomach extreme ideas or opinions that we might not agree with we got to be able to put our feelings to the side because we don't want to give up. We don't want to give up the freedom to express ourselves, because if we give that up and the wrong people end up in power, they're going to use that against us. And really, that's happening now. In my opinion, it's happening right now. I'm just gonna be real. It's happening right now. I'm not gonna say specifically how, but I definitely believe that's going on right now. Ba, 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 da, 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 da. Yeah, Kanye West is in berserker mode for sure, though. Going vegan will help you lose fat, but you also lose muscle. Oh boy. Not my muscles. Well, you could supplement it with protein. Supplements, right? Like protein shakes and there are different sources of protein. Eat more red meat. I've heard that's very helpful too.
Oh man, so close. You almost had it.
Dubs has the characteristics of a rich anime villain. He could be like the Penguin Man from the Batman universe. Well, he's not a villain yet. He has to go through some devastating trauma.
Let's get cracking.
People talk shit on my life and then go eat some cup of noodles on their crack $40 ThinkPad. Just because you're a broke boy and I've already had sex twice doesn't mean you need to get at me. Like, boy, I lost my B card. Is that taking shots at me? Come on, Dubs. Let's congratulate Dubs because he lost his virginity at 20. Let's congratulate him. We're all proud of you. We're all proud of you, kid. Man, I just realized the Shenmue series doesn't end with this game. I saw some guys on Twitch playing Shenmue 2, and that's the point where he makes it to Hong Kong. Yeah. Shenmue 2 is when he's in Hong Kong, but I've never been able to really fully get into that game. But the Shenmue collection comes with 1 and 2, so I have it. I played it. I put a few hours into it, but it's one of those games where it's never able to completely grab and hook my attention. Cause it's like it's probably the third time I tried to play it. Here's something interesting, right? Shenmue 2 never came out on the Dreamcast in America. It did come out on the Dreamcast in Europe and Japan. Shenmue 2 didn't come out in America until the Xbox version. The Xbox huge version, right? But what's interesting is that the intention was for you to be able to carry over a lot the things that you found in the first game, like your capsule toy collection, the amount of money you had, certain items you found, your moves, your training, everything like that was supposed to be carried over to the sequel game, and so on and so forth, right? So this game was very ambitious because they were planning on making it so with each game, with each sequel that would come out, you would be able to transfer everything that you had going from Shenmue 1 to 2 to 3 and so on, depending on how many games they were planning on making. But of course, that was just way too ambitious for the time. But if you can get your hands on the European version of the game, and you have an American Dreamcast version of the game, you can utilize that feature. So everything that you found in the first game, as far as capsule toys and different items, your training, the moves you have, the scrolls, all that can be transferred to the European version of the game on Dreamcast. Fun fact. But again, that whole idea was just too, it was too ambitious in the end, because when Shenmue 3 finally came out, there was no way to connect there was no way to connect what you did in Shenmue 1 to Shenmue into Shenmue 3. But that was a very ambitious idea for the time, for sure. And the sequel didn't even come out in America on Dreamcast, so it wasn't possible because your data would be stored on a VMU, and obviously you can't. Like, a VMU is not compatible with an Xbox, so. But it is what it is. Too much processed food and soy. I definitely eat too much processed food. I'm not gonna lie. I gotta, you know, if anything, that's something that I gotta do better about. Man, I ate like I ate damn near a whole Domino's pizza today. I ain't even gonna lie. I was in here just killing it, boy. But you know, I'm making an effort. You know, whenever I put my mind to something, I tend to get to make progress and get where I need to be. But it's definitely one of those things that's been one of the more difficult things to overcome for me, because me and most of the people around me, we were raised on processed foods. You know, I come home from school and it's zebra cakes and Twizzlers and hot fries and Tostinos, microwave pizzas and hot dogs and ketchup, high fructose corn syrup, and half the shit that we're eating, and Sunny D. So it's hard to really well, it's been hard for me to, after all these years, to make the proper adjustments to my diet, because it's just, you know, my whole life is defined by the processed food diet. But you know, I make an effort. I make an effort where I can. For a guy who looks like me at 5'2", I'm doing sensationally. Dubs, you're not doing bad. You're not doing bad. We just don't want to see you get bamboozled. We don't want to see you get bamboozled by some thought. Because that's one of the worst ways to get bamboozled, and it's not a joke, man. It's not a joke. You gotta know yourself and know how to deal with women in this world, man. Because you'll completely lose yourself. I lost my best friend to a toxic relationship, and it's a terrible thing to see. It's when a man, and I hate to simplify and divide it and make it seem as simple as, you know, blue pill, red pill. But that's just, you guys know what I mean when I say that. And like, when you don't accept at least certain aspects of the red pill, and you don't understand what you're getting into when it comes to dating, man, it's because I see it. I've seen it so many times, and I see it, and the scariest thing about it is that, you know, my best friend was a reasonable, logical guy, you know, and even he got lost in that craziness, and it's I'm telling you, it's life ruining. It's so serious.
Lunchtime, eh?
that shit is no joke, man. You know, I think the whole issue with incels is really just the tip of the iceberg. Because really, you know, how many guys really couldn't get laid no matter what? I mean, let's be honest. That's, you know, if you have no standards, if you're willing to sell your soul for the pussy, you know, most guys can make something happen. But again, that's the tip of the iceberg, you know, because, you know, having sex, getting to a relationship that's just the beginning. The game is just starting. You can still fuck everything up about your life because of that relationship. And that's why it's so important to understand the different dynamics of what's going on, what goes on within a relationship. But you know, I try to be too critical because I can talk as much shit as I want to, but my decision was just to not play the game. That's, you know. I took the easy way out.
This again? I should try again.
Oh shit.
Nah, not today.
But really, most of the things that Dubs comes here talking about, you know, is
I should buy one.
You know, just normal, just going through normal shit. But yes, his interactions with girls does worry me for sure. Cause I just get the sense that he's that type that would get completely bamboozled and finessed.
What? This again?
And completely lose sight of himself and his life trajectory.
I should try again.
Kevin Hart does it better than Dubs. You should work out more like Kevin Hart. But Kevin Hart is also a megastar. a millionaire megastar, famous.
Maybe I should get another.
Famous dude. But, you know, that is one of the cool things about being a man. You know, you can completely you can compensate. You can compensate.
This is cool.
But then it's like, are you ever really loved, you know?
I should try again.
That's the thing.
This again?
It's like what Tupac said.
I should try again.
He said before he got famous and everything, girls didn't even really give him much attention. And he said even when he was famous, he said that he would be in situations
I know this.
where a girl might be around and not know who he is and won't pay no mind to him. And then somebody will tell her and then she'll completely flip. And you know, that made him realize that a lot of the girls that he had, they didn't like him for him. They didn't like him as the person. It's Tupac the character, the famous, the entity that they like. And I remember Lord Jamar was on the Vlad TV interview, and they were talking about Kevin Hart, and he has a very gorgeous wife. But Lord Jamar kept it real. He said, "Do you think she would have been with him if he was a bus driver? Fuck no."
Hey, what's this? I should try again.
Some guys are really just naturally attractive to women. Whether they're rich or poor, women are going to want to be with them. And then guys like us, we gotta compensate. We gotta pay for it. We gotta beta bucks. We gotta get famous. We gotta. It is what it is.
Maybe I should get another.
That shit is sad. Damn. Marco, I started going on video chat with a blonde 37-year-old that plays World of Warcraft. She has multiple kids and dogs. She has a nice personality and looks younger than 37. Kisame. Look, you talking about dating this woman? I wouldn't recommend it. When it comes to women with kids, I always say no. But you do you. But if you're telling me that because you want my advice, you know, as in my opinion,
maybe I should get another.
You know, for what it's worth, I would never, ever recommend anyone date a single mother. Ever.
It's the same one.
Never, ever.
Maybe I should get another. Nah, not today.
And I'm just like, why? Really? You know? And it's like, why sell yourself short like that? Do you not, obviously, whether guys will admit it or not, you would rather have a girl who's of equal level of attractiveness or better, but without the kids. So do you not believe that you could get a girl that attractive without kids? So I'm just like, why? Like, is that really what you want, or do you just not think you can do better? I know dating is hard, so I don't blame guys completely for feeling that way. Because I mean, look at me. I don't, I have no hope in dating, right? So I don't blame guys for feeling that way. But if I said, okay, I'm gonna date, I'm not gonna sell myself short like that. I'm not gonna sell. I ain't gonna sell myself short like that. But again, that's just my opinion. It might, like, despite everything that I said, everything you could be. It could be a situation for you where everything works out, right? Where you guys are compatible. You're able to be a good influence for her kids and steer them in a better direction and whatnot. It happens.
It's already this
But
late.
that's not something I would bet my life on. Fuck that. Kisame as your father. Did Kisame just delete that message? Dude, you better not delete that goddamn message. Man up. Single moms are for practice, nothing long term. I'm against getting with single moms, but I think your mom is right, Marco. Sometimes in life, if the girl's fit for you, you can be a single mom. You don't have to be logical all the time when dating. I don't recommend that. That's You want my opinion again? I don't recommend that. I think logic should always come first. I definitely disagree there. Logic should always come first. Stop deleting comments. Stop deleting goddamn comments. But and remember what I said though. My mom was being politically correct. When I further interrogated her, she told the truth. See, and you know, I talked about this before, right? if Logan, you guys know Logan Paul, he's boxing now. If Logan Paul was gonna fight Mike Tyson in his prime, are you ever going to bet your savings, your life hard-earned savings on Logan Paul? You're not going to do that. I don't care that there's a 1% chance, a 2% chance, whatever, a puncher's chance. You're not going to do it because you're not fucking crazy. When you talk about dating a single mom could work, you're talking about betting your life savings that Logan Paul is going to beat Mike Tyson, prime Mike Tyson, customado Mike Tyson in a 12-round championship match. That's what you're telling me. No. Yes, that like one of them. Yeah, that there's a chance, but are you going to bet that? You're not going to. Don't be stupid with your fucking life. Cause you wouldn't be stupid betting $100 on Logan Paul. So why would you bet your life on a single mother? Look, I love Gurren Lagann, I love Kamina, I love the kick Logic out and do the I love that, but not not when it comes to certain things. Not when it comes. You would, man. you wouldn't risk $100 on Logan Paul. Why would you risk your life, your whole future on a what? And again, why? Do you not think that you can get a woman who doesn't have kids? If that's what it is, just say it. Just say, I don't think I'm good enough to get a woman who doesn't have kids. Because if that's what it is, then all right, I feel you. But if you have any belief in yourself as a man and your ability to attract women, why in the hell would you settle for us? Why in the blazing white flames of hell would you settle for us? We're not even talking about logic anymore. I mean, it's talking about crazy house shit, man. But sometimes it does work. Ye wants to be the new Tupac so badly. Nobody can be Tupac, man. Tupac was on a whole different level. Tupac was beyond gangster, man. They tried to rob Tupac and he ain't even give shit up. They had to shoot his ass. Like, come on now. 90% of these rappers would give it up. And it's crazy, like, people really be trying to act like Tupac was a fake thug, a fake tough guy. They literally tried to rob him. They had to shoot him because he wouldn't give up his shit. Tupac is more gangster than 95% of the rappers out now. Tupac actually shot at police officers. I mean, come the fuck on. I think people see that video of him as a ballerina as a teenager, and they get it twisted. he was in the art school and all that. I get it, but you can't fake getting robbed and not giving your shit up. That's I'm not saying that it was cool what he did, but that was definitely like gangster shit. That was more gangster than what you see a lot of these rappers out here doing now. These rappers out here just taking L's, getting embarrassed and all this, getting knocked out on camera. Rest in peace, Tupac. My niece is obsessed, not obsessed, but she's developed this interest in Tupac because of the All Eyes on Me movie. I don't like that movie. I thought that movie was a disgrace to Tupac's legacy, but seeing how it made my niece develop a genuine interest in Tupac as an artist, it made me realize the value of that movie and how it's introduced Tupac to a whole new generation. Because my niece is around like 14 years old, and so if it affected her like that, because really I don't see her expressing any interest in old school artists, but All Eyes on Me was able to pull her into Tupac's energy and developing an interest in him. And I just think that's cool. I didn't like the movie at first, but seeing what it did for her as far as giving her interest in old school hip hop, I was like, that's actually pretty dope. Because otherwise, she just want to hear Lil Durk, NBA Youngboy, and Kodak Black, all the new guys. Kanye has experienced it firsthand, but people have been saying similar stuff for years, but they instantly get censored. Yeah, you can't. It's a topic. It's a topic that the whole, well, he talking about different things, but I think in particular the whole thing about Jews owning a lot of important corporations, having a lot of power and whatnot, and but I do think that that's a subject that you have to be careful about how you talk about it, because we don't want there to be division amongst people for no reason. Because it's not like all Jewish people are bad, or all black people are bad, or all Muslims are bad, and whatnot. But at the same time, it's like whenever you do mention Jews in any sort of negative context, as far as something bad or negative that they might have done, it gets shut down, and that's what I find problematic. Yet at the same time, we're so quick to talk about what white people did as far as like slavery and shit like that. Like I remember, for example, that YouTuber who got banned from YouTube, Stephen Molyneux. He was comparing how whites treated black slaves compared to how Muslims treated black slaves. And I forgot these specifics the way he was talking about, but basically like Muslims did us so much worse. Like they would castrate us off the rip. They cutting dicks off, cutting balls off so we can't reproduce. We endured, I think they had way more black slaves. They treated us way worse, but we don't talk about that. But the reality is, every race, every religion, like we all have dirt on our hands. Even black people, we played a role in selling our own people out for slavery. So there you go. I mean, so I think, look, it shouldn't be an issue discussing these things. I think we should be able to look and say, okay, well, this is what the Jews did at this particular time. This is what the blacks did. This is, But we should also have the understanding to not take that and say, okay, where all Jews are bad, or all white people are bad, or all black people are this. But for us to not even be able to discuss these things, I think that's very problematic to me. You start mentioning, certain people's involvement in the slave trade, and it's like, oh Lord, you can't do that. And then you gotta go on that apology tour, or they're gonna take everything. Apologize now and undermine everything that you said.
You can't come in here.
I was trying to read it.
Finished for the day.
Kanye talking about Hitler
Okay, good job.
and Nazis came out of left
Here's
field. World War
today's
II
pay.
happened almost a full century ago. So I think Kanye was out of his lane by discussing this
Thanks.
topic.
You made quota,
Why get
son.
involved in
So
something that
starting
historically had
tomorrow,
nothing to do with
you'll
you?
get a
This is
50
between
yen
Germans
raise.
and Jews. It's not like there's a
That'll be
bunch of
450
anti-white
yen
propaganda
per crate.
being promoted. Well,
Thank you.
I don't agree with that.
Keep up the good work.
Like, who was it? And Ganter said,
Yes,
if you don't
thank you very
learn from
much.
history, you're bound to repeat its mistakes and whatnot. I think everyone should have an interest in history and not just in your own history. I think it's important to understand. It's important to understand every different moving part of the world, not only as it currently is, but also things that happened in the past. Because that's just what you have to do to have a more solidified understanding of what's going on in the world around
Hey,
you.
mister.
Oh, it's you, youngin.
And
You
remember,
in training?
we blacks fought in World War II.
Yeah.
That's great. Now
Asians,
then, I can show you
whites.
how to use it.
World War II has, I mean, it was World War. It was everybody.
It's rather hard to do, so I'll only do it once. So pay attention.
Pretty much every major group in the
Before,
world
I just
today was
showed you
involved
how to
in
slide
the
behind your
world
opponent.
wars.
Once you're behind your opponent, strike the back of the neck. An unprotected neck's weaker than you'd expect. An accurate strike can paralyze. Strike just after sliding past your
And
opponent.
you have to understand too,
If you practice,
if
you'll
if
get
you
it.
don't take an interest in
I
these
understand.
events, I mean these are some of the most important events. World War II is one of the most important events in modern history, you know. And it's kind of like what they say, you know, history is written by the victors, you know. But if you allow only one group to say, well, this is what it is, this is what happened, then you can lose important facts, and then you can have a completely inaccurate idea of what was actually going on during that time. Because the power of narratives is nothing to scoff at, you know. I mean, even when you look at something like when the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, in order to make that happen, you have to create a narrative for your people to where they believe that doing that is the right decision. So from the Japanese perspective, it's like, oh, bombing Pearl Harbor made sense. From our perspective, it's like, oh my God, we're gonna kill you motherfuckers. Now, I don't know exactly how the Japanese teach and express the narrative of their involvement in World War II as of today, but it could go different ways. They could say, look, we were in the wrong. This was a black mark in our history. Or maybe they'll try to justify why they did what they did. Again, but that's the power of narrative, and that's why you should take an interest, because if you just accept the narrative that one group is controlling, then there's a chance that you could be deceived and not receive all the information and be able to draw accurate, or at least to really accurately express yourself as far as how you feel about something.
I've got plenty of time to ask around.
You need to see it from different perspectives. It's like if I get into a fight and look, you guys like me because I'm Chad Marco, I could give you a narrative that makes it seem like I was in the right. But then you hear the other guy's story and it's like, oh man, like, you know, Chad Marco was actually in the wrong there. Like the camera footage comes out and it shows that I hit him first or something like that, right? You're like, oh man, like wait, but he said this, and you know, that's why it is important to take an interest in these things. But I also think that he specifically chose that because that's one of the big no topics, and he's trying to fight back against this whole idea of no, you can't talk about these things. So I think that's kind of why he specifically went after that, because that's something that you're not supposed to talk about. So he's gonna talk about it. In a way, he was kind of poking the bear, saying, "I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna talk about what you don't want me to talk about." Kanye stabbed himself in the foot by opening up that topic. When there's millions of other problems that he needs to be fixed. He shot himself in the head when he did. They jumped the hell out of his ass.
This time you're dead.
Stabbed himself in the foot. He shot himself point blank in the head with that one. I really have no idea what's gonna happen with him after this. They put one guy here who can actually fight. Look at him. They put one guy here who can actually fight. That's funny. But I'm still just mashing square. I'm just mashing square, guys. I'm trying to prove a point here. They put so much emphasis on learning and these different moves and whatnot. You can win most of these fights. You're really just mashing square. But this guy is, he ain't playing. Put it like that. I threw a throw in there. I'm a little... Okay. I remember that guy because when I did the episode of Adventures, he stood out because he was whipping my ass.
Mark, you okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm all right. No problem. Oh.
I'm sorry, Mark. Well, they do control the media. A lot of it is social engineering, hence why I am more interested in more independent media. Yeah. Look, somebody owns the media. That's just point blank. Somebody owns it. Right? Somebody owns it.
By the Mad Angels.
Why would the Mad Angels kill your brother?
It's not as if power is equally distributed. Somebody isn't, like, there are certain groups in our society that have more power than others. And they control the media. They control the narratives. They control who gets signed to record labels and what types of music gets promoted. They decide what movies get greenlit and get $1 million budgets and promoted. I'm not saying that it's all Jews. I'm just saying that somebody is in control.
Some Chinese cartel.
And there is definitely an imbalance. You can't be foolish enough to think that when you're talking about the media, it's equally split between the blacks and the whites and the Asians, right? And the Christians and the Muslims and the Jews, and we got 10 Jehovah's Witnesses over here, 10 No, there are always going to be some groups that have more power and influence over others, and they dictate what gets promoted, what gets greenlit. They dictate what the narrative is. They control who gets canceled, who has a television show, right? That's real shit. Now, I'm not going to jump the gun and say it's all the Jews because I haven't done that research. That's just something that I keep seeing popping up. But certainly, when you're talking about control of the media, I was just fighting that guy, right? But certainly, when you're talking about control of the media, somebody's in control. Some group, I don't know which one it is. I just keep hearing that it's Jewish people. right? But I haven't done the research to clarify. Really, I barely give a damn, right? But certainly there's a group that has more control and more power than others. At some point, I'm gonna take time to figure out what that is.
I should look around a bit more.
I should look around a bit more. Trying to go home, man. Stanley Kubrick exposed them, and he got snuffed out, and he's Jewish himself. Stanley, isn't that the guy that did the? Wasn't he the director of the Shining? Shout out to Mark though. Marco was hating on him in the past, but Mark is a cool dude. He trains you for free and lets you have forklift races for prizes every day before you start. Look, Mark is cool. I get it. But he's moody. But he has a good reason for being moody. His brother got killed by the Wild Angels. Because he got out of line like an uppity little Negro. But I'm just not a fan of moody people. Zebra cakes, honey buns, Cheetos, Doritos, quarter water, Hostess chocolate cakes. Yoo-hoo, man, I love Yoo-hoos. I will never give it up. It's milk, but you don't even have to refrigerate it. Yeah, I had all the good stuff, man. I was raised on it. Tostitos, pizzas, Twizzlers, hot fries, and that's all I needed. Give me my damn Game Boy Advance and some batteries, some AA batteries, and I'm good, bro. I lived in complete debauchery as a kid. Looking back, I really did. I mean, it was complete debauchery. It was video games, anime, and junk food. But back then, the only anime you could watch was on a Toonami and Maguzi and Adult Swim. So, but man, I lived in absolute debauchery back then, without a doubt. Dubs is all right. He doesn't really strike me as a relationship guy anyway, so he's doing all right for him. So yeah, I mean, yeah, he ain't all fucked up or nothing. But again, if you don't know, man, it don't matter how good you're doing, man. The wrong bitch can fuck your whole life up. I see it all the time. I see. It's just like the story in the Bible of Samson and Delilah. And Samson and Delilah, he trusted the wrong bitch, and it just ruined him. Bum, 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 bum. Bobby, welcome to the stream. I didn't see you there. It's only worth dealing with girls if you want kids. Interacting with them in any other regard is 1950 stuff. I think you can have fun just dating and whatnot. But I just think it's a combination of, one, how attractive you are. The more attractive you are, the easier it is to deal with women. I think dating as an average guy nowadays it's too much of a struggle for me and quite a few other guys who kind of just taking themselves out the game. But I think also if you're attractive enough to where you can deal with them easily, you don't have to struggle a lot. You have reasonably attractive options, and you understand the game so that you don't put yourself in a bad position dealing with them. I think you can have worthwhile experiences with them. Even if you don't necessarily want kids or to have a family and whatnot, I think you can have fun. But it's just, again, it's what type of man are you, and based on like your sexual market value, what type of time are you likely to have in the world of dating? Is it going to be worth it? Because I just think that below a certain threshold, it's just not even worth it. Like if I was a tall, big dick, handsome dude, and bitches were throwing me pussy, yeah, yeah. Fuck all this wizard stuff. Man, get out of here. But at my level, it wouldn't. Dating just isn't worth it at my sexual market value level. It's not worth it. It's kind of like boxing in a way. You know, some boxers, they have enough talent to where they can box. Boxing is a very dangerous sport. But some fighters have enough talent to where, and of course, you know, combined with hard work, they can benefit from engaging in the sport. They can make a lot of money, become successful, and build a wonderful life for themselves. But then you have a lot of fighters who just don't have the talent for it, and they're not going to be able to make a lot of money from it. They're not going to be able to make it worth it. They're going to end up brain damaged and fucked up by the end of their careers without having gained much from it. So for them, they would have been better off not even boxing in the first place, because they didn't have the talent that would have allowed them to get enough out of it to make the cost worth it. I know it sounds kind of pessimistic, but I think part of life is knowing, you know, what your limitations are and what you're capable of and where you can thrive and whatnot. And some men are just simply not designed to thrive in dating. You're designed to struggle. You're designed to compensate. You're designed to lose. And if you can, if you have the self-awareness to know that that's who you're going to be in the game, then you can choose another lane for yourself where you can actually find success and prosper. But yeah, how many guys are willing to do that? That ain't exactly, easy. I think it was Satori who shared on Discord. He shared this video with me, like this self-improvement video, like this, or motivational video, and it used Ashita Nojo sort of as the visual representation of the motivation and the wisdom it was trying to share with the viewer, right? And there's a part in it that stood out to me, and it was like, you know, as a, you know, you have to understand that given your limited life, you can't do everything. You have to figure out what you can do and commit yourself to it, you know. And part of my decision to opt out of dating is just, again, understanding that that's not the lane that's going to more than likely work out for me. But that's not an easy decision for most guys to make. But that's why I made a decision like that, because I calculated the data, the numbers, and I was like, oh, that's probably not going to work out for me. But I found happiness because I committed myself to other things that I knew that I could do. Instead of struggling against what I just wasn't designed to be successful in. So Marco put status over looks.
Good morning, everyone. Morning.
That's a complicated thing right there.
You all do your best now. Yeah. Like always.
But
3 laps to the finish.
it depends on what you want.
Ready? Yeah.
Because a guy with status can get way more bitches than a guy who's just physically attractive. Depending though. It depends, like, what kind of status does he have?
Ready? Go.
Like, you could be a broke, ugly rock star who gets more pussy than a guy who has money, or a guy who's just physically attractive. So yeah, status is very, very powerful. But status doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be really loved for who you are either. This guy, he said something interesting on R9K today. And he basically said he described himself as being a, okay, just to give some context, right? It was your typical thread where you have a normie post saying that, oh, you know, everybody can be successful with women, just try hard and self-improve, you know, that typical normie perspective, right? And so this one guy, he posted and he said, look, I'm lazy as fuck. Basically kind of described himself like the type of guy that shouldn't be getting bitches based on what the OP was saying. But he said, but the thing is, I'm tall, I'm handsome, and etc. etc. Basically, he's physically attractive. And what he was saying was like, look, point blank, women love you genuinely for your face, your height, and your penis size, right? Basically saying that real genuine love for a woman, as far as like, is for your true masculinity. You can fail in pretty much every other way, but if you're just naturally attractive, then you'll still find success. So it's not always necessarily about how hard you work or about self-improvement. Some guys really are just naturals. I knew one when I was in school. But that's the power of looks, right? I'm not saying that I completely agree with what he was saying, but I think there was definitely some truth to it. Some guys really are just truly naturally attractive to women. And look at how we look at women, right? Most women don't have to self-improve and work hard to be attractive to us.
So close, you almost had it.
We're like, oh, fat ass, I like her. Goth girl with big titties, I like her. She didn't self-improve and work hard for that.
It's time for work. Let's get cracking.
There is a such thing as being naturally attractive to the opposite sex.
I'm ready. Take this cargo to warehouse number 18. Here's the route map. Today's quote is written on the map.
No problem.
Okay, get to it then.
But that's not to completely undermine the value of self-improvement too, because sometimes there are some guys out there who have more like pussy getting potential, but they haven't maximized it because they haven't improved themselves. They haven't lived up to their full potential. So that's a real thing too. I'm not trying to undermine the value of self-improvement, but let me see. Team. Oh, I see. Okay. But self-improvement can only uncover who you really are deep down anyway. Self-improvement can't give you more than what your potential is. At the end of the day, Charmander can only become Charizard. At the end of the day, Charmander can only become Charizard. No matter how hard he works, no matter how hard you train him, his hard limitation is Charizard. He can't become Mewtwo. He can't become one of the legendary ancient Pokemon with infinite power. Let me figure out where the hell I feel like I got lost already. Oh, there we go. Okay. My mom said she could never date someone who wasn't physically attractive, even if he had, even if he had money. Yeah, some women are like that, but some women when they see dollar signs, they can't resist. But that's part of the reason why I think there are a lot of divorces. Most divorces are initiated by women, from what I understand. And really, I think a lot of the times, there are many different reasons for a divorce, but I think a lot of times what we see is there's a part of women that wants to have stability and money and whatnot, and a stable traditional life. Well, some women, but then there's also that part of them that just wants that big dick thug nigga sex. And it can be hard to find both. And I think a lot of times when women choose men for money, it'll work for a while, but at some point that craving for raw attraction, real attraction, big dick thug nigga sex is going to overwhelm them. And that's why, again, it's important to understand the game and who you are in the game. Because when you're the beta bucks guy, you think that you won because you put a ring on it. But once she secured the bag and she starts getting that itch for big dick thug nigga sex, she can divorce you, get what she wanted out of you in the first place, which was the bag, by going through a divorce and collecting alimony or child support, and go back to the streets, more or less. But some women, they're not gonna play that game. They're gonna just be upfront. I gotta have a guy who I have a raw attraction towards, But you gotta know which one you are. It's important to know which one you are. I like what Coach Corey Wayne says. He says you can't negotiate attraction. You can't negotiate attraction. You can't buy attraction, basically. This guy is in my way. I'm trying to get him to disappear. Sometimes if you just, sometimes people would he disappeared and reappeared. Okay. Y'all got me jammed. I gotta work, man. I gotta work. I'm trying to make this money. I'm trying to make this bread, bud. I'm trying to make this bread. Tupac more gangster than Alien when he dated Selena Gomez. Who Alien? Alien? Who the fuck is Alien? When he dated Selena Gomez. Who dated Selena Gomez? Tupac is pretty gangster though. Tupac retained his legacy because he died young, but I think if Tupac was still alive now, he probably would have been a completely different man now. Yeah, that's another thing too. Sometimes I think, and you'll never know, but I do think when you die young, there are a couple things that happen. One is like your overall life story kind of becomes more interesting, especially when you die young and tragically. People still talk about actors like Heath Ledger and River Phoenix and whatnot because they were beautiful and they died young and tragically, and it's like that tragic end is part of, in a way, it kind of enhances the legacy, and it makes the story more juicy in a dark way. Even like Kurt Cobain, for instance, right? And also, people can only assume what you could have done after, or had you lived on longer, right? It's like, oh, he had so much potential. He was only 25. He was only 26, right? And so then your imagination runs wild, and you know he could have been the best rapper ever. He could have had so many Grammys. He could have been a political leader. He could have been this. He could have been, and maybe he could have. But I see what you're saying though, because I've thought the same thing. Is like how would Tupac be perceived if he was alive now? Because you have a lot of artists like now that are being disrespected and being called dusty and irrelevant by current artists like 21 Savage. He said Nas isn't really relevant and stuff like that, and because now you have a lot of artists who from that same era who are, they're pretty much regarded as old men now, right? Has-beens, dusties. And despite their great catalog, you know, that's people will talk about them that way. Some people, right? Not all. But it's like, in a weird way, people appreciate you more when you die in a blaze of glory.
Lunchtime, eh?
What's that saying? I'd rather burn out than fade away. There's some truth to that. When you live, it gives you the opportunity to just fade away.
Let me take a picture of you two.
No, that's okay.
He said no. That's
Stand there. Here we go. Both of you get in closer. Smile.
I think they give you the option of whether or not to smile.
That's it. Here goes. Which do you want? Yo?
Oh yeah, no, you choose which one. Damn. This is kind of like how do you choose like what's the right choice? Like, do you keep the one where you guys are together, or what's the default?
This one.
Okay, this one's yours and this one's Nozomi's.
I don't know, like
Keepsakes.
what's the right choice?
What's with her?
Do you keep the one where you're together, where you're closer,
I'm going to Canada.
or do you give her the one?
I took
Because I think on one hand, if you give her the one where you're close together,
It's what you've decided.
then she can
It's what
cherish
you've decided.
that picture because you guys look like you're actually friends and
Yo,
have
don't do anything
and are
stupid.
close.
Of course I won't.
But if you take the one where
I'll
you're
always treasure this. Yo,
if you take the
Treasure
one where
yours
you're
too.
far apart,
I will.
does that convey to her that that's how you
I'll
feel
come
about
back when I'm
her?
on vacation.
But if you give her the
Sure.
one where you're standing apart, when she looks at it, it's like, oh, this is. I guess that's really what our relationship was.
Bye, Rio.
This is why I can't date. I would have failed. I would have failed that shit test. I would have been sleeping on the couch for that one. You gave me the picture where we were standing close together, but you kept the one where we were standing apart. What do you mean about that? So I don't know. Bro, I left for an hour. This nigga's still in the forklift. Yeah, this shit is real. You thought it was a game? You thought it was a game? This shit is real. He got a real job. This shit ain't no game, man. I'm out here for real. I'm wage slaving for real. I'm just at lunch. I'm out here for real. It's not a joke. This shit is not a game. Another thing too, though, about dying young is you don't get the chance to completely tarnish your legacy. You look at somebody like R. Kelly, right? I mean, this guy has so many hit records. He's one of the biggest, most talented R&B artists, black R&B artists, really artists, period. Right? But now he's regarded as a pedophile. He banged kids and was a monster. So his legacy is forever tarnished, you know? And Tupac doesn't have that. You know, I mean, he got arrested. He went to jail for rape. No, I think. Let me be accurate. I think that they never proved that he raped her. I think he actually went to prison for unlawful touching or something like that. But that whole situation is very sketchy. I think it's like, it's one of those things where there's not enough evidence against him to where people really use that to say, okay, I don't fuck with Tupac, or this fucks up his legacy. It's not like that whole rape case thing. The evidence against him wasn't as overwhelming as it is against like R. Kelly. Like, R. Kelly is certified pedophile, right?
Just one.
Or rather, certified hebephile. Let's be specific here. From what I understand, he wasn't banging toddlers or anything. But like
This again?
he's pretty much like caught red-handed, right?
I should try again.
It's kind of like you look at Michael Jackson and he went through the whole child abuse, how you say? He went through the whole the child molestation court cases and accusations. You know,
It's the same one.
that's a stain on his legacy, regardless of what people want to say. Now, the amazing thing about Michael Jackson is just that
I should try again.
he was so talented and so loved that I think his contributions to music overwhelms those accusations, but that stain is still there. But imagine if Michael Jackson would have died before those accusations came out,
This
right?
again?
Imagine if he would have died after. Imagine if he would have died after the what is it? The Bad album or Dangerous? Whatever. I say, imagine he died before. It was like, I think the accusations happened after Dangerous, right? Let's say he died then, right? In a way, he would probably be looked at as even more of this mythical
I should
figure.
try again.
But he lived long enough to sort of fade away, you know. He lived long enough to have his reputation attacked and stained. He lived long enough for his body to degrade and become a drug addict and to die of a drug overdose or whatever happened. I forgot the specifics.
Maybe I should get another.
You know, there is a certain romantic aspect to dying young, and it can enhance your legacy. Even when you look at the Notorious B.I.G., right? He kind of has that same mythical
This again?
presence in or lingering presence in hip hop, because he died young and put out, you know, so much great music while he was alive. But if he was still alive,
I should try again.
right, we might look at him like, oh, he now Biggie Smalls, he keeps gaining weight. Now he's 500 pounds and diabetic. They had to cut his leg off or some shit, right? Like, and now we just look at him as this obese guy who couldn't get his eating problems under control.
This again?
That's real shit.
Maybe I should get another. Changed my mind.
If he lived long enough, he could have just ended up being known as like that rapper that was just that just got too damn fat and couldn't control his eating and died of a heart attack. I mean, not to say that would completely undermine his discography and his music, but would we look at him the same way as we do now? Because he died young and in his prime.
Okay.
He never had the opportunity to get embarrassed and to fade away and to be a bum. Everyone fought in World War II except Switzerland. Switzerland, come on. Get your shit together. I guess they were like so happy, like we ain't even caught up in this. Or did they just roll over? Perhaps they just rolled over and said, y'all just take everything. Hands up, white flag, fuck our bitches, take our land. We don't want smoke. Are we even able to trace back who was a slave master back then? It's impossible to tell nowadays, unless there's a racist gene. You can trace back. Yeah, you certainly can. In fact, I think certain presidents of the United States owned slaves. Don't quote me, but didn't George Washington own slaves? I could have sworn there were a handful of presidents who at one point owned slaves. But yeah, you definitely can trace it back, you know, because some slave owners were prominent figures during their time, you know. They might have been very wealthy, they might have had influence or whatnot, they might have made a name for themselves some way. And so yeah, you can trace certain families back to having ancestors who owned slaves. It's not impossible. There should be records, keys to me, but if you look at the records, you might run into the same situation Kai is in. Yeah. Exactly. Well, as long as you only target the whites, you'll be alright. Just target the Caucasian Christian white slave owners. How the hell were people able to claim to be Christian and own slaves? Like, I don't even see how that worked. But was slavery ever explicitly denounced in the Bible as something that was sinful and that you shouldn't engage in? I don't think. I'm not sure. Look, I ain't read the Bible front to back, but I never thought of that. What was like? How did God feel about slavery? You know, did he feel the same way about that he feels about men butt fucking each other? Was that, did he feel the same way about that as like fornication and lying and whatnot? Or was it cool? Like, was he like, oh, slavery, that's cool, y'all? Like, I'm literally just genuinely not sure. I don't know. I just thought Christian folk wouldn't think buck breaking was very Christ-like, but who knows? Pearl Harbor, I think America got even when they dropped Hiroshima when they dropped the nuclear bombs on I think they bombed. Didn't they bomb Hiroshima or Nagasaki? What was the exact name of the places they bombed? I forgot. But yeah, we got a little bit more than even. I'll put it. That was, man. I mean, talk about a way to end a conflict. We literally ended that with just overwhelming power. We just completely overwhelmed them, and it was like, we gotta quit or we gotta surrender or everybody's gonna die. This is no joke. Well, I mean, what a tragedy though. It really it's still like all around just tragic. You know, just a prime example of how civilians get caught up in conflicts between their country and another. Because I'm pretty sure most of the people that died in those nuclear bomb explosions were civilians. I don't even think most of them were military personnel. But that was a big flex. That was like, hey, y'all better stop right now. Yeah, y'all might want to stop right now. That's 2. That's 2. We got 100 of these. What y'all gonna do? It's like when a Lord Beeroo shows up in Dragon Ball Z. It's like everybody just break yourself, roll over, don't even try to fight. Y'all chill out, submit, obey. It was that bad. Like, oh man. Roll out the red carpet, get some food ready. Break yourself, nigga. Roll over. Don't talk, just listen. Like, that shit was bad, boy. But again, it's absolutely tragic. Still tragic as fuck. And it wasn't just the people who died directly from the explosion, the bomb. I believe there was radiation and people developed all kinds of sicknesses and whatnot because of just being around areas where the bomb landed and the radiation that lingered after the explosion. It was really, man, kind of glad you brought that up. I want to do research on that. How long it's been? 2 hours, 12 minutes. Yep, still in the, look. We gotta get this forklift shit out of the way, man. I'm not switching games till we get out of this forklift shit. We gotta. Oh god, yeah.
What?
Do you read philosophy, Chad? I used to do more reading. But no, not recently. Recently, I've been more into like self-improvement books. I'm reading a book right now called I forgot the name of it, but it's about developing mental strength. Just bought Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. Going to read it tonight. I hear it's a good book. Yeah, me too. I'm excited. I might pirate it or something. I might pirate it or something. You know, I'm kind of going through a brokey phase, you know. Oh, well, I'm way behind. Okay. I'm trying to move shit here. Has Chad been on poll or just R9K? I go on poll every now and then because they tend to talk more about current events that are going on. You know, I don't share in, I don't necessarily share in their beliefs. Don't get it twisted, you know. But it's the board where there's the most discussion about current events, like newsworthy topics. That's why I'll go to the poll board every now and then. Because you go to R9K, they're just talking about bitches and trannies and depression. Every now and then you'll get a topic. Like, there might have been like 2 threads or something about the whole Kanye thing that went down and on R9K. But you go to poll and it was just, that was the whole topic of conversation for like hours and hours, dozens of threads. They're probably still talking about it now, no doubt. So yeah, I go to poll primarily just to see what's happening, see what's going on. But you got to be able to mentally filter out, you know, the racism and misogyny and some of the more extremist views that are over there. But I got thick skin, so it doesn't bother me. Oh, what's behind me? Oh, I was rubbing against that thing. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna meet quota today though. I think people are more aware because seems to me things just keep getting shittier and shittier. I also think a lot of it has to do with the internet too though, and how information is being spread. And I think that's why you see this concentrated effort to control the flow of information on the internet. That's why you're seeing people get deplatformed, right? Like how Andrew Tate was banned from different platforms, and Alex Jones, Donald Trump. I think that's why we're seeing things like that, because you know these people have a platform and they're able to directly influence the thoughts and beliefs of people.
Okay, good job. Here's today's pay.
Thanks.
You met quota, son. So starting tomorrow, you'll get 50
Yo,
yen
look
raise.
at that money though. You
That'll
really
be 500 yen per crate.
Oh, you really come up.
Keep up the good work.
You really come up doing this forklift
Thank
shit,
you very
man.
much.
Things are getting worse and worse, DeMarca. Not just dating wise, but financially and hobby wise as well. Yeah, I think things are getting better in certain ways, but it's getting worse at the same time. And I think in a lot of the ways that society is getting worse, I think that we could avoid if the right people were in positions of power. But I like what John F. Kennedy said. Think not what your country can do for you. Think what think what you can do for your country. I think to some degree we gotta, as its citizens, as its people, we have to take a stand too and make sure that we're well informed and that we're willing to stand up for what we believe in and whatnot. And that's why I like seeing what Kanye and Alex Jones and people like that are doing. Jordan Peterson, Stephen Molyneux, whatnot. I don't agree with everything that they say, but I can tell that these are people who are authentically expressing themselves, and they're about, these are people who are about free speech. You don't see them trying to deplatform and cancel people, right? That's why I like a lot of those guys, because it's not because I agree with everything that they do, but I know that, these are people that are about freedom of expression, freedom of speech and whatnot, and prosperity. Whenever people are trying to shut someone up or censor, I get suspicious. I'm like, wait a minute. Mad Angels were making a deal with the Chi Yu Ming. Yeah. So pretty much I gotta keep walking around hoping for some crazy shit to happen with the Mad Angels. Oh God, I'm trying to remember what events I have to trigger, but oh yeah, oh man, I hope we get to see that one part soon though. I do hope we get to see that. What would you rate your sexual market value, Chad Marco? What would I rate my sexual market value? Let's say out of ten, I would say about probably about a 3. That's not just like physical. Like, I'm not saying like I'm a 3 out of 10 physically. I think, sexual market value takes different things into account. The way you look, of course, but also sexual prowess, finances, status, attitude, just generally, what are the things that make a woman attracted to a man? I would say about a 3, and I think that when you're a 5 or below, generally speaking, unless you get lucky or you don't have standards and you're willing to bait the bucks and sacrifice and compromise, I don't think it's worth it. So I would say about a 3. But that's nothing to get depressed about. Sexual market value is that's one lane. That's just one lane. I mean, don't confuse that to think that I have like low self esteem or I think poorly of myself. I love myself. I think I'm a great man. But being a great man doesn't always equal being attractive to women. Because you gotta think about it. In my environment, guys like drug dealers and gangbangers. I mean, and come on, that's completely reprehensible behavior. This is destructive to our community. Is dangerous. It's really terrible. But guys like that have much higher sexual market value to me. So, sexual market value is not just. It's not a measure. I don't believe it's a measure of your actual worth as a man, but I'm just saying in terms of like what women want, what makes women want to be with you. Because the fact is, if I was a gang banging drug dealer in my environment, my sexual market value would shoot up to about a 6. I would say, like, if I really went in and was out here killing motherfuckers and shooting and selling drugs and had drug money and all that, and my sexual market value in my environment, that is, would go up quite a bit. So, when I say that, that's not to say that I think less of myself. It's just because sexual market value is just that's a different beast entirely. Things like honor and integrity and whatnot don't always factor in as far as like your value in that particular field. I mean, you could be a completely awful person and still have high sexual market value, basically. Like, one thing I noticed, you'll see guys talk about how girls like dark triad traits. They like violent criminals and whatnot, and they'll call women out because they'll tell an incel, or they'll talk about incels and say, well, it's your personality, it's you, and it's not the way you look. But it's like, well, if it's my personality, why do these criminals, why do these assholes, why do they have so much success? And I think what guys who make that argument, what incels don't really understand is that, and it's fair because women don't actively express it either. Being attractive to women is not about being it's not about being a good person, so to speak. I hate to say, it's more. It's like you could be evil, but as long as you're properly socially calibrated, then you can be evil and attractive. Like, Elliot Rodgers was evil and unattractive because he wasn't properly socially calibrated. He wasn't respected. He wasn't feared. But somebody like a gangster, just say your typical gang member, who's out here selling drugs and he'll be attractive because he's socially calibrated. He's respected, he's feared, he's confident, things like that. Oh shit.
Long time no see.
He's bold.
Is the guy who's been sniffing around us like a dog?
And being handsome won't hurt either,
Looks
of
like
course.
we're gonna have to run this straight off now.
Here we go, we got some action. Let's show these guys what's for.
I'll give you pain.
Oh shit!
OBS is disconnected temporarily. I'm sorry about that, just happens sometimes.
Now.
And right when the action starts too. Oh shit, you gotta actually pay attention. Pay attention here. It's crazy. Here we go. Gotcha.
Smooth move. You ain't so bad, punk.
Why you?
But your time's up.
You wish.
No one takes on the Mad Angels in this harbor and lives to tell about it. It's the bottom of the sea for you. Get him.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Rat, I'm gonna break your face.
Come on!
Amen. Oh boy, had a real fight there. Now that's peak Shenmue.
How are the Mad Angels and Chi Wing connected?
I don't know.
What?
Wait. I don't know if he's human, but there's some Chinese big shot leaving here soon.
Big shot?
Yeah, they had me arrange a cruiser to take him out to a big ship offshore.
What's his name?
I don't know, but I hear he wears some silk robe thing with a dragon on it.
Landy. He's still around here.
Please, I beg you, don't tell anyone I told you. They'll kill me!
I won't snitch. I'm an autistic, Chad. Women approach me in the past. I had a couple of those. You know, I had like one or two of those. That's probably the only way I ever lose my virginity. I can't bring myself to put any effort into dating at all. I can't do it. If you can believe it, you can see it, and you will achieve it because you are the captain of your own life. I like that. Yeah. But it's some things you just, like, look, I love some motivation. I love inspiration and shit. But I think part of life is also knowing what fields you can thrive into. I think that's just as important. You gotta think about it. Like, just for example, let's say you look at the WWE for example. So if you're head of the WWE and you decide who's gonna be able to join your roster of wrestlers, you have to evaluate and analyze them to see if they have potential to become a superstar, or at least be able to contribute to the growth and the success of your company. And so you don't just look at everybody that comes in there and says, okay, everybody can be a wrestler. No, you have to have the discernment to know, okay, this guy, he's cut out for it. This guy isn't. This guy can be a superstar. This guy probably be a mid-carder, but those have value too. You got to have the awareness and discernment to be able to determine things like that. But also you got to be able to look at yourself the same way in a sense and know, okay, where can I thrive at and where am I likely to not be able to thrive at? I think that's important too. And it's not about being pessimistic, because it's something that I think it's something that everybody practices in one way or another. Oh, great. Right when I pull up, the bus shows up. Goro, what's up, my man?
I should go home.
Yeah, I know. We had a whole battle. That was great. That was action-packed. I rode a motorcycle. There's a YouTube channel called Gravemind that uses anime videos with narration over it for motivation. Yeah, Satori sent me a beautiful one the other day. I quite enjoyed it. I hope I subscribed. I think I subscribed. But yeah, it's very good. They had Ashton Nojo up there. I was like, oh, this is my shit right here. Boy, oh boy, Rio lives a boring ass life. This forklift stuff gets boring fast. I think his life is very comfy. Other than the whole having to fight gangsters thing.
Toy capsules.
Very comfy
100
life.
yen each, huh?
He's got his own
I should
big
buy
ass
one.
dojo house. Girls like him. Got his whole life ahead of him. It's just it got his life.
What? This again?
His life got sent into a tailspin by Landy killing his dad.
I should try again.
Women are attracted to masculinity. Who would have thought? Hey man, dick size don't matter. Bobby, come on now. I'm not even gonna read the rest of that. I'm not even gonna read. I'm not gonna go on a penis size rant. Not tonight. Not tonight.
This again?
We ain't doing it tonight.
I should try again.
I would argue Charizard is stronger than some legendaries. Beats the hell out of Moltres, if you ask me. Look, I was just using him as an example. Maybe I should have said Butterfree or something.
I know this.
Slowpoke. Pidgeotto.
I should try again.
I bet you so many people who played Pokemon had a Pidgeotto because they knew I'm gonna need this motherfucker to fly me everywhere later on.
What? This again?
Like I'm gonna need somebody to fly me all over the place.
I should try again. I'll pass.
I still remember all the different ways of getting around in Pokemon. You had to first get the running shoes so you could run, and then you would get the bicycle, which would allow you to get from point A to point B faster. And then you would be able to either fly or learn. I think you could swim too. You get a swimming Pokemon to take you over water. Maybe in the new Pokemon they got other stuff. Maybe you can teleport by now. Instant transmission. I haven't seen any new cassette tapes in a while. Maybe I got them all. Drunk Man. Can we get some Street Fighter 3 Third Strike after this? I want to see how good your skills are, Marco. I beat Gil twice already. Nah, I'm good. I'm definitely rusty as hell. I haven't played that game religiously in a long time. But I used to play the hell out of it. Using Sean at that, the worst character in the game. It's really sad what they did to Sean in Third Strike. They ruined him as a character. Not only just nerfed the hell out of him, but made his cool uppercut, made that shit lame as hell.
100 yen each.
You either die a hero or live long enough to become the villain. Yeah, there's some truth to that. There's some truth to that.
This again?
Nas will always be the GOAT, but I can't say the same for other
Maybe I should
rappers
get
from the 90s. Yeah, it's but you know, I guess sometimes you gotta be content with just leaving your mark. You know, everybody can't be a Nas, everybody can't be a Tupac and whatnot. You know, this is new.
I know this.
This is great.
Maybe I should get another.
Love the trope in Japanese media where the pretty girl goes off to a distant land, Canada or Europe. Yeah, I'm losing my my main chick that I don't even want. Oh,
I know this.
this is cool. I got just a straight up Akira. This is nice. Yes, let's savor it. Akira 2.
I should try again.
Now let me get a Sarah Bryant. Virtua Fighter has to be the most soulless fighting game. I hate to say it, but Virtua Fighter is soulless as hell.
This is cool.
All the characters are just so generic. You got generic Karate Man, generic Ninja Man, generic American Man. Damn, kind of sound like Street Fighter. Nah, but I think Street Fighter did a much better job of fleshing out their characters and making them more interesting. You know, making them characters that have become
this again?
Iconic in the world of video games.
I should try again.
I failed that shit test all the time. Some big titty goth girl on Twitch said I act like a main character in the anime because I have that aloofness around women.
It's the same
just
one.
like the main character. Yeah, I do the same shit. I do the same shit.
Maybe I should get another.
There was this post that I saw where somebody was calling out virgins for doing that. They were like, girls know. They said that girls can tell you're a virgin because
I know this.
when you try too hard to act like you don't like them, to act like you don't notice them, then they can tell. And then like a bunch of guys replied like, how did it, right? Like kind of saying that, like, damn, you got me. But when I looked at it, I kind of scoffed at it a bit because I think actually I'm good at being aloof.
It's the same one.
Not to toot my own horn, but I believe
Maybe I should get another.
that I'm actually very good at that. It's not even like an act. Man, it's not like an act. I mean, I'm genuinely introverted. I'm genuinely an introverted
This
person,
again?
so.
I should try again.
But I still get excited when I'm around attractive girls, and so in a way you got to control those emotions. And when you're able to
It's
do
the same
that,
one.
when you're able to do that, you can maintain that aura of aloofness.
Maybe I should get another. It's the same one.
It's kind of funny, like when you're in a grocery store or something, and there's a cute cashier girl, and you don't really have any choice
I
but to
should
kind of
try again.
interact with her. Man, you got to figure out what to do during that short interaction, because you're not gonna talk to her. You're not gonna small talk unless she talks to you first,
This
which
again?
simply doesn't happen. Man, I'll be standing there trying to look at everything.
I just
I'm
know
looking
Lisa is
outside,
worried.
like I'm so
I should go
interested in what's
home.
going on out there. Sometimes I bend down and tie my shoes. He had a nightmare about Land D. It's crazy. This boy traumatized. Bone Thugs and Cypress Hill was my youth. That's funny as hell in Ganser, because when I was a teenager, I only had albums from two groups, Bone Thugs and Cypress Hill. I had all the main Bone Thugs albums, like Creep on the Come Up, East 1999, Art of War, The Collection Volume 1, The Collection Volume 2, BTNA's Resurrection, Thug World Order. And I had one Cypress Hill album. I had Black Sunday. But that's funny. Those are the only artists that I actually own their albums. I think I bought that Cypress Hill album because I had that game Narc on Xbox, and they had that Cypress Hill song, Hits from the Bong, and I really liked that.
Good morning, everyone.
What the Hits from the Bong?
Time for a daily warm-up race. You all do your best now.
Kobe Bryant got the same kind of
Like
treatment too,
always,
from what I
3
remember.
laps to the finish.
Are you talking about
Everybody ready?
the non-consensual
Almost
sex
time to
accusations?
go.
Michael Jackson did nothing.
Ready?
Did nothing wrong.
Go.
I mean, in a way, we'll never know. In a way, we'll never know. But do I personally believe that he did anything? I don't. But I think that I do think that his behavior was definitely out of the ordinary as far as his interactions with children. It was definitely out of the ordinary. You know, having sleepovers and stuff and inviting them over, that's just right, that's that, come on. You know, it's like sometimes my niece, she'll be over here, right? And she's like 13, 14, and every now and then she'll have like some of her female friends over about the same age. And you know, if that's the situation, like my job as the uncle, I'm just making sure they got what they need to have fun in their space, right? So I'll go out and buy the snacks and cook food for them, you know, but I'm not I'm not kicking it I'm not kicking it with them and shit. You know, I'll kick it with my niece because we're family, but you know, if she got friends over, I'll let them have their space and just try to make sure that they have what they need to have fun and stuff, like snacks and whatever. But as far as like kicking it with kids or teenagers that that aren't family, that, you know, that's just, it's just like, why, you know? But what he did again is not necessarily evidence of wrongdoing. It's definitely out of the ordinary though. It's out of the ordinary for an adult man to have to share his personal space with kids or teens that aren't his, you know. I'm 30 years old and this 12-year-old is coming over to kick it. Right? That's, you know, it's one thing if he's family, right? Again, nephew, nieces, that's different. A little brother or whatever, but just, or he's the kid down the street, that, come on. Come on, Mike.
Oh man, so close. You almost had it. Here's your prize.
Thanks.
It's time for work. Let's get cracking. Gotcha. Take this cargo to warehouse number 18. Here's the map. The quota's written on it.
No problem.
This one's a bit further, so don't get lost.
Oh shit, I'm late. I'm late. No, I'm not gonna be quota. Oh shit. Let's see. XXX Tentacion, people are happy he died because he beat up his girlfriend. I remember that bullshit. But I think that's confirmed though, right? He definitely did get caught. Like he did do that though, right? I think like some audio came out or video came out, but you know he didn't deserve to die over that shit. I mean, come on, like. That's what I'm saying though. People are just so silly nowadays. Like he didn't deserve to die over that.
What?
I mean, that's something that you can redeem yourself from. That's not something that, oh, I'm glad he died. He was a young guy in a toxic, more than likely a toxic relationship. That sort of thing happens, man. I mean, I'm not trying to justify what he did, but is that something that you should die over? Goddamn. And then on top of that, you know, you could tell that he was going through some pretty significant changes. I think he was having a bit of a spiritual awakening and finding himself. I think he would have made some contributions to the world outside of music. I think he was going into the direction of trying to be, trying to be a positive influence on the culture. I remember, you know, when, the whole issue of people dying from like Xanax and fentanyl overdoses and whatnot was going on. You know, he was speaking out against these drugs, you know. So I think he was definitely headed in the right direction as far as trying to be a role model. But unfortunately, you know, he got his life taken by some broke ass haters, man.
What?
I made a mistake and I'd lost. I don't know where the boxes are at now. Oh, here we go. Okay. If Chad Marco died tomorrow, what would his legacy be? There would probably be a small boom with my music, but small. Like I'm not big enough for it to be anything significant. Some people would probably post me on R9K and whatnot, and but I would assume that there would probably be like a small influx of new fans. Like, oh, I didn't know about this guy. Because quite frankly, a lot of rappers, they get a boost to their popularity when they get shot, when they go to jail, when they die. So, but I don't think that I'm big enough for it to be anything significant. But people might look at me kind of like how they look at that YouTuber Etika, right? Like, oh, he was a cool black guy. Cool, chill black guy. Cool anime video game black guy. Right? Just cool guy, yeah. I haven't lived long enough to get involved in any sort of like controversies or anything. You can't accuse me of rape. I ain't even had sex yet. Man, I'd be so mad if I got a rape accusation and I'm sitting here a whole virgin. A lot of guys get caught up in that type of shit because they move too fast. Going around sleeping with a bunch of different women, and eventually you roll the dice too many times, and you know it doesn't land in your favor. You know, that's why, you know, even if I could play the field like that, I don't think I would. I'd still rather be a one girlfriend guy, not like for life, right? I'm not stupid, but if I was in a position where I had that kind of access to women, I would try my absolute best to be the type like a monogamous guy, or rather a serial monogamous, meaning that if I'm having sex, it's with my girlfriend. I don't want to be the type of guy that's hooking up and all. That's just, I think that's it's a recipe for disaster. Thomas Jefferson had his own personal brown bunnies. He had jungle fever, huh? You sure he ain't doing a little buck breaking on the side? Had a couple ebony traps. Oh yeah, imagine if I died and Space Love never came out officially. That'd be crazy. People will be listening to they'll be listening to the low quality version that was played over speakers in the stream. That'll be some crazy shit. I think about it sometimes. Like, what if I die before I can put out the stuff I haven't put out yet? Is there any way it can come out? I don't see how these rappers be having like songs on the side and people can just put it out later, because I don't like I die and then nobody can get into my laptop. I'm doing a terrible job today too, but this route is pretty long.
Mwah.
Thanks for disappearing. Got cats walking around here.
Lunchtime, eh?
Bum, ba, ba, da, 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 da. Stick to your morals, Marco. You don't need these hoes. Marco, be a man of honor and live by it. That's my goal. Death before dishonor. Kisame. I want to be an honorable, strong man with integrity. Who strives to live up to his potential and treat the people around him with kindness and respect and be a benefit to the team. That's just how we roll. Oh, we got new songs. That's great. Glyphada, finally. I always wanted to hear this. Glyphada. Oh, boy.
I'll take this, please.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much.
Chad, I'm not exaggerating. I've had sex with about 30 women in the past year and am attractive, and I'm at a party,
Sure, draw
a pretty low point in life because of it. It doesn't matter as much as it seems when you're not fucking. I'm at a pretty low point in my life because why are you at a low point in your life? Because of
Try again another
banging
time.
30 girls? Too much semen releasing, not enough semen retention going on there. Harbor Bar.
This one.
I'd say I'm a solid
Yeah,
7, maybe
sure.
even an
Thank
8,
you
but
very
I don't care
much.
enough to take advantage. A lot of normals get jealous too, so it's difficult to connect with a lot of guys. I got these handsome pussy getting guys in my stream here. What happened? Damn. Where the ugly dudes at?
I won.
Oh, I got a 3.
Wow, congratulations. Pick the one you like.
I got a 3. I'll
Okay,
get this one.
Here you go.
Wow, that's cool. We'll listen to these later. It's almost 3 hours, bruh. It's been like 3 goddamn hours, man. You telling me I'm not going? Oh God, it's fantastic. Just brings drama and a ton of fucking stress, let alone loss of money. I actually stopped drinking, smoking, having sex, and have replaced my habits with exercise, reading, meditation a little over a week ago, and I haven't been this happy at peace in a long time. Yeah, you know, I think it's kind of like what I said earlier about, you know, the whole incel issue. It's the tip. Whether you can or can't get pussy, that's the tip of the iceberg. Once you start getting pussy, then it's a whole nother world of problems you got to deal with, you know? And I've seen enough and I'm wise enough to know that. That's why I don't trip over the shit. You know, it varies from guy to guy depending on how attractive he is and what his options are. But generally speaking, life is just easier when you're a bachelor. That's just what it is. Life is easier when you're a bachelor. That's why they've tried to tax bachelors in the past in certain places. That's why they give tax incentives for people who get married and have kids. Which is really just a roundabout way of having a bachelor's tax, by the way. Marriage and child incentives are just, again, that's another way to do a bachelor's tax without being direct about it. Because they know when you're a bachelor, it's a cheat code. You're basically cheating. If you can get over that hump where you feel like you just gotta have a partner, you just gotta have a family. If you can get over that shit, and I'm not saying that that's some small thing to do, right? And I'm not trying to undermine the value of having a family. But if you don't give a fuck about stuff like that, your life is going to be easier, period. Your life is just going to be easier. It really is a cheat code. It's like the government can force you to pay taxes and really do a lot of shit. They can't force you to have kids. They can't force you to get married or do none of that. So that's like a free cheat code. It's like, oh, you don't want to. It's like being able to say, oh, I just don't want to pay taxes. Oh, cool, all right. I just don't want to get married. Cool, well, okay, cool. It's like that part in the book, The Manipulated Man, that I did that I covered on the podcast. The author Esther Villar, she talked about, you know, as a man, when you see a man, another man with a woman, you know, you shouldn't look at that and be jealous. Think of what he has to go through to maintain that relationship, right? And some people would call that sour grapes, right? And certainly not, like, look, not all relationships are bad, right? But I think that it's a lot of truth in what she said, you know. You can't just look at a couple and think that everything is okay or even reasonably okay. You don't know what he has to do, what he has to go through to maintain that. There's no such thing as no strings attached sex with a girl. There will always be some type of drama or stress. And it's not worth it, bro. You need to trust me. Look, man, look, you're preaching to the choir over here. you're preaching to the choir. Here I am. Look, you talking to me. Ain't the one out here with 30 bodies, man. I got 30 years of virginity. I got 30 years of virginity and being single. Like, you ain't got to tell me. I already know. I already know what it is. I mean, don't get me wrong. I would like to have those experiences. You know, I haven't completely given up on ever having sex, but it's not something I'm going to stress myself out about either. You know, I'm like, if it happens, it happens. If it don't, it don't, you know. I got my porn, and
this late?
You know, I can kick it with the bros and talk the red pill with y'all if I want to. You know, that's enough for me.
Okay.
And Ginter is an autistic chat. I love jobs and have guys out there who literally want to kill me. And it's not worth the sex. Goddamn. You know, my friend was telling me about, you know, 'cause he's in a toxic relationship and shit. And he was working a work from home job for a while. And he said that it was difficult to do it because his girl would be like arguing and doing crazy shit while he was trying to work his work from home job. But you know, a lot of those like call center type jobs where you got to talk to customers over the phone and stuff. So obviously you can't have a crazy girlfriend in the background throwing food at you and yelling and stuff. So he would have to go to his parents' house just to work, just to do his work from home job. His girl would be acting so damn crazy. Basically about to have him lose his damn job. And really, a lot of drama and beef between men starts over bitches. And look, that's why you guys know I told you this story a dozen times. That cashier girl that asked for my number and shit, You know, she wasn't. You know, she wasn't really nothing to get excited about. Barely a 5, as I would say, but she was fuckable. She was, you know, she was at least, you know, get head fromable. Get head fromable. She was at least good enough to suck some dick. I'll put it like that. But that would have been a slam dunk for me. But the main reason why I didn't go for it was because she was already talking to one of my friends, and I knew it wouldn't be a wise decision to deal with her, and because that would create animosity within my social circle. And even when they broke up, because she told me we broke up, and I knew she told me that because she probably knew that I wasn't going for it because I knew she was talking to my friend, so she made sure to let me know, hey, we broke up, and I still didn't deal with it. Why? Because I know too that the way men are weak for women. Men are, a lot of guys are just straight up simped out of their mind. Even if they had broken up, he might have still had a grudge against me if I would have messed with her right after they had broken up. So I said, you know, that's a no-go.
I was just walking with a sailor guy. Hey, schoolboy, come on.
You!
Bro!
You gonna beat up my homie Goro?
Hey, over here!
Wait!
Oh, hell no, not Goro. That's the homie. These guys are so lame. These are grown ass men trying to fight a high school kid, bro. These niggas grown. These guys got about 25,
So
30,
you showed
35.
You guys again. What's your problem?
That'd be you.
Ah!
Whoa! Hey, boy! Ah! Oh no! Hey, no escape, boy!
Oh my god, it was so cool. He hit him with the palm thrust force. That was some Bruce Lee stuff right there. I just can't get over how lame these dudes are.
You're gonna pay for beating up Goro.
I get it if y'all got into one
did you
fight,
say?
but they've been pursuing Rio since the beginning of the game. That black guy and that white dude, they're two of the first guys you fight.
After your family and friends. Gonna get 'em.
That's it!
Oh!
I think now is the end of the forklift job, by the way. Because I think once you have that fight, you get fired, basically. So I think we're at the end now of the forklift saga. The forklift arc is finally coming to a close. Because from my memory, the fight where you're standing up for Goro is when you get fired. And I just gotta say, these punk ass workers, man, y'all let these gang members run this shit. I'm a 1 in terms of attractiveness. I don't care for relationships or love for that matter. I mean, 1 might be a bit brutal, man. I don't believe that 1. Well, if you're talking SMV, then yeah, maybe. But just looks alone, yeah, ain't a lot of 1s. You ain't Elephant Man. I doubt you're Elephant Man. I think in terms of looks, I'm at least a 5. But overall SMV, I say 3. Because when you talk about your overall SMV, that, you know, that's taking into account more things. And really, it checks out because most of the girls who gave me like obvious choosing signals were like 3s and 4s. you know, fat gorilla looking bitches, studs and whatnot. Let alone stressing about STDs and pregnancy. Yeah. Yep. Every time you hook up, you gotta think, man, did I just catch something from this from this chick? Or yeah, it's a lot to it. It's a lot that comes with it, man. And Ganter, am I posting some pics on the Discord so I can see who this mythical autistic Chad is? I gotta say I'm curious, but I'm not gonna put him on the spot like that. I'll take his word for it though. I don't think he has to do that. I believe him. It happens. If you're a 7 or 8, you can get a date whenever you want. Yeah. But, you know, they ain't exactly, it's not like you can just turn on the 8 buttons. You know, you kind of got what you got. Yeah, that sounds about right. You know, if you're at least like an 8. If you're a guy and you're an 8, you know, you can put yourself out there. I'm assuming you're talking about like social media or dating apps in particular, because you know that's the best place where you can take advantage of your looks, because that's primarily what people look for. Oh, he got the right look, he got the right height. Goro is a Japanese Chad. I wouldn't say that, but he got a bitch. I think he gets married, or he has a fiance by the end of the story. So Goro. But when I think of a Goro, I don't think of a Chad. Though. I think of like a goon, a big tough guy, Yakuza, something like that. Chad needs to travel. Yeah. I already said those white California Beast girls would probably love Chad's music and think he's cool the same way random white women compliment his hair. Oh yeah. But that's what my friends tell me too. They tell me they think my issue with women is my environment, because pretty much here I'll be considered a goofy, a lame. You know, this is an environment where, you know, thug energy is really having some degree of like thug energy does so much for you. And I'm not only am I not that, I'm like the opposite of that. I think I give off like too many like white guy vibes, basically.
Okay, good job. Here's today's pay.
Please fire me, sir.
Thanks.
Oh wait, I don't think
You
I
met
got.
quota, son. So starting tomorrow, you'll get a 50 yen raise.
Damn, I didn't get.
Only 550 yen per crate.
I miscalculated. It's not. I didn't get fired
Thank
yet.
you.
I thought that
Keep
was
up the
it.
good work.
Shit.
Yes.
I thought
thank
that
you very
was
much.
it. I really thought that was it. I thought that was the one. Not quite.
Hey, Dio. I overheard some information.
Information.
I heard them all whispering something about Long Ja.
Long
That is
jaw.
soon.
Long jaw?
Yeah, Chad would absolutely kill it in
Yes, I can
SoCal.
figure.
Not
Some
NorCal where I
mad
am though.
black
Racist
market
as
deal.
fuck out here.
Makes sense. They've been on edge lately.
Yeah, maybe it's an environment.
job.
Maybe it's an environment
When's
thing.
it supposed to happen?
One of my friends had told me, man, these girls out here, they just not for you, bro. You know, he recommended that I start going to like anime cons and whatnot. Basically getting around like more nerdy people.
Oh, youngin', it's you. I heard about you. Here you're after the Mad Angels.
Yes.
I know you want revenge, but if something happening to you, how about the Hazuki tradition?
But
No buts, boy. If no one were left to carry on, oh, what a shame that'd be. I will show you another move.
What's that move?
It's called the cross charge. Just at the moment you evade, slam into your opponent's side. When you's up against multiple opponents, they can all gang up on you, you know. This move is perfect for times like that.
Thank you very much.
This guy got a whole move list for me, man. Now, let me teach this guy something before he go out and get killed. Marco needs to play some Pokemon again for nostalgia. Those Pokemon streams on Twitch are popular. They average 200 views per stream. 200 viewers. Goddamn. That's cool. I've been meaning to start streaming more on Twitch, but again, it's just knowing that nobody's going to be there. And then I got to, but yeah, I mean, I could do it though. I could do it. You know, just got to sit there and like, I know how to talk to myself, so. Because it's no different than when I do the playthroughs, the commentary playthroughs on the main channel. It's not like I'm responding to you guys.
I've got plenty of time to ask.
I know
around.
how to just talk about the game, and so I could do it. I can't believe he's a virgin, to be honest. He doesn't realize how attractive he is due to lack of experience. Ah. I wouldn't say that. I think I have a good idea of how attractive I am. You know, I think even location factored in, you don't become a 30-year-old virgin for no reason. You know, I think the fact is my personality is my calling card. My personality is really where it's at. But looks wise, I'm really average. I'm as Kevin Samuels would say, I'm average at best. And dude, being an average nigga, it don't mean shit. You know, I'm an average nigga when it comes right down to it. I'm just an average dude, bruh. And that don't mean shit. And you know, again, that's not a bad thing, right? I'm okay with the way I look. I don't have any like serious issues with my body. You know, I'm in shape. I'm fit. I think I'm pretty handsome. I like myself. I like my personality and the way I look. But I think, if we're being objective, I'm very much an average guy. I'm really just average. But my personality is really what shines. But I think at the same time, my personality is not one that is necessarily attractive to women. I think my personality is more so something that just makes me interesting and makes me a good friend, just an overall likable person. But that's not the dark triad traits. That's not aggression. That's not like that uber confidence that girls go for, right? I think I'm a great person, but really, physically speaking, I'm just average. Like, I'm sure countless girls see me and really don't even see me, right? They'll see my height and then I'm already disqualified. That's how brutal shit can be. But that's all good and dandy. But I think because I've heard several of my fans say shit like that, but I think that it's because you guys like me because of my personality. And I think that gives me like a boost in your head. I think that gives you, that makes you see me in a better light because you see the best aspects of my personality. Because certainly somebody with I have a great attitude, right? I think what hurts a lot of guys as far as dating is they have a very poor attitude. Other than things like looks and money. Even when I made what was it? How to Be a Neat. I've never seen a vagina when I right. And I think I listed like what was important as far as like looks, money, status, and whatnot. I specifically talked about attitude, and I think that's something that quite a few guys are lacking. The right attitude, and with my attitude, if I put my mind towards dating, I could probably find some level of success, but I just don't think it'd be worth it. It's kind of like you could have the talent for a particular sport, but you might not think it's worth it based on like the potential of being injured or the amount of effort you have to put into it, right?
Good.
And I think I've got the right attitude, but I don't have the motivation, or the desire or drive to put my efforts towards that. Once I figured out how to do that mid-air super Hadouken move with Akuma, it was game over. I wiped out everyone with ease. You still gotta be careful though, because Akuma has, I think, the least amount of HP compared to everybody in the game. But yeah, the air fireballs are always strong in fighting games. Air fireballs are really kind of ridiculous. That's why typically any character with an air fireball has some type of glaring weakness. Because in a way, it makes your jumps and your jump-ins like more safer. Because if they try to react, you place plasma on their forehead. He could get a cute girl for sure though, is what I'm saying. In the hood, not a chance. Yeah, right. See, that's what I'm saying though. The Dharmaka, you got it. In the hood, nah, man. I'm telling you, bro. Like this. I'm not of the belief that I would have much more success somewhere else. But the hood, and again, it's not like I'm just waist deep in the ghetto or anything. My neighborhood is actually pretty decent. but it's like because everything is kind of blended together. There are patches of ghettos and projects are just kind of scattered around. Um, we all kind of share in that mentality to like more or less, depending on like it kind of depends on exactly where you grew up and who your friends were and whatnot. But we've all been influenced in one way or another by the hood mentality, ghetto behaviors and whatnot. Like as a toddler, I was in the projects. As a kid, I was in the country, and going into becoming a teen and being a teenager, I was in what would be considered a small city. I put it like that, but in a relatively decent neighborhood. So I'm kind of a mix of being in all these different environments. But what I'm saying is, we all got a bit of the hood in us. Basically, we all got you're not gonna find too many people around here who were like completely suburban, or didn't have a bit of the hood or projects rub off from them. We all kind of have that, and more or less. So most of the girls around here, yeah, they have that in them, much like a lot of the guys kind of have a bit of that in them too. And the type of person I am is just it's not really appealing to the girls around here, I don't think. Not that I think it's necessarily a black and white thing either, though, because I'm sure it's maybe some girl, well, yeah, gorilla orcs, gorilla, definitely gorilla orcs for sure. Man, them orcs, they love you, boy, though. I mean, they ain't gonna front. But I think that's more about like the whole looks thing, right? Even though I'd be considered a goofy, a lame to some girls, if I'm a 5, then a 3 is still gonna look at me and be like, well, all right. He probably another desperate, broke black dude who doesn't mind being with a gorilla with 2 kids. Them gorillas love you, boy. Temple of Boom is great. I think it was the 4th album I first smoked weed, so I haven't heard that one. I only had Black Sunday, but I've heard all the Bone Thug albums. I know East 1999 is regarded as their best album, and I would agree, but I think Art of War is definitely underrated. Very underrated, actually. I think that's really when they were at their peak in terms of their style and their chemistry together, to be honest with you. I think that's really peak Bone Thugs. It's just that East 1999 just had hit songs, bro. And it was just, every song was good. Also, the Atlanta theme song from Street Fighter 3 is dope. I like it even though it's a feminine song. I love that song. Beats in my head. The her theme from Second Impact is good too, though. The Second Impact theme is like just more like a pretty, got just like a good pretty vibe to it. But yeah, I like Beats in my head too. Rule number 1 of a grown man is avoid dealing with kids. They're not yours. If you see a little girl alone in the elevator, pretend it was a ghost. It never happened. Just walk away. Yeah, exactly. I notice little kids looking at me sometimes. I don't even be looking at them damn kids. Just like you said, I pretend they're a ghost. Little kids love looking at people, right? They'll just stare at you. They'll be sitting in the grocery store, just the grocery cart, just staring at you while you're waiting in line. Like I don't even pay them. I don't pay them no mind.
Ah, good.
I just don't do it. You got to think if there's like if there's a kid, and let's say for example you're in the grocery store and you see a kid, and for whatever reason you strike up a conversation with him. Let's say he's like 10 years old and he's by himself. You squatted down and you're talking to him, and then his mom comes around the corner. Her first thought is going to be, who's this creepy man talking to my kid? Every time. You can't win. She might not react that way. She might be understanding and nice about it. Like, oh, who's your new friend? Jonathan? Right? But when she sees it,
This again?
her gut reaction, her first reaction is going to be, who's this creep talking to my child? Let me get in the middle of this as fast as possible. It doesn't mean they're going to be rude. It doesn't mean that the interaction is going to go left, but they're going to think that. The first thought is, why is this adult man talking to my child?
What? This again?
I guarantee you.
Maybe I should get another.
I'm so behind with this damn chat. Oh boy. Hey Chad, send me one of your best pictures. I'll make some RIP t-shirts for you. I'm not in it for the money. Just want people to know Chad Parker was a cool dude. I do need to take more pictures though. For artists, I ain't got no pictures. I got like a few pictures. I gotta take more pictures too. That's a good idea. I'm gonna get my niece to take some pictures of me. She loves taking pictures. She's all into her phone and iPhone and shit like that. So I'm sure she'll be on board.
Hey, what's this?
But yeah, I don't take a lot of pictures.
Maybe I should get another.
Sloppy fat girl head. Sloppy fat girl head. I'm telling y'all, that's real shit. Sloppy fat girl head. Do you know how many guys
Hey, what's this?
settle for a sloppy fat girl head? Go on Pornhub and type it in.
I
Sloppy
should
fat
try
girl.
again.
Sloppy fat girl head.
Changed my mind.
I'm not gonna sit here and say, you know, fat girls suck dick better or anything. Not like I have
should
first-hand
go home.
experience, but I look at a lot of porn. But I've seen way more pretty, skinny girls who don't know how to suck dick than I've seen fat girls who don't know how to suck dick. Just looking at porn, it seemed like fat girls know how to suck dick on instinct. Like it's like it's instinct for them. It's by default. They suck dick like they life depend on it, bro. Like they know that's all they got. They know that's all they got is just I gotta suck dick like my life depends. It's like they know. They know. This mouth is all I got because once you start hitting this, you know, I stink half the time and the rolls and the fat being in the way and my body will just turn you off. So this mouth got to be on a different level. This mouth got to be elite. Sloppy fat girl is some crazy
Tom,
The all. No matter what life throws at you, man, keep that smile.
Sure.
Definitely, Tom. Definitely. Shenmue was cool, but I don't know how Marco replays the same game multiple times. If a game is good, yeah, you can. It's not. It's not. It depends on the game. It definitely depends on the game. But if you like a game, I think if you really like a game, you can replay it multiple times for sure. But again, every game is different. Oh, great! We got even more. Nah. We'll listen to these later. But it depends on the game, for sure.
Hey man, this.
Like Resident Evil 1, oh god. I could
Draw a ticket.
I could play and beat Resident Evil 1 right now. I love that game so much.
No prize.
Resident Evil 1, classic or
Bummer.
remake.
Better luck next time.
You know, I'd probably make it a bit more interesting by doing a no save, no death run with the remake, but yeah, I could do that right now. I'm looking at my stack though, trying to see like what's a game that I wouldn't want to
Hey, man.
I wouldn't want to play.
Draw a ticket.
I'll say this too though, some games are not really convenient to replay
No prize.
like back to back like that.
Bummer. Better luck next time.
Like a game like Persona, to replay that game, I had to beat it and then play it again like
I really should
years
go home
later.
early today.
Like years later. Like I beat Persona 5 years ago, like a few years ago. I could play Persona 5 Royal now, not only because, you know, it's the updated version with more content, but enough time has passed to where I'd be excited to play it again. So sometimes, you know, it's a combination of things, depends on the game, but also, you know, when enough time passes. And I think really with Shenmue in particular, enough time has kind of passed. Like it's been like well over a year since I had beat this last time, and at that time it had been years since I had beat it. I think I probably, let me see, I beat this game once as a teen. Maybe I was about probably around like 13. Then I beat it again as a NEET when I was around like 18, 19. Then I beat it again when I was late 20s, because that was when I bought this Shenmue 1 and 2 collection, and I'm beating it again now. So that's about 4 playthroughs. I'd say I've probably beat this game about 3 or 4 times so far. But again, sometimes you just need time. When enough time passes, when enough fucking, yeah, bitch. Had to kill a bug. When enough time passes, it feels fresh again, you know? Like Shining Force 2, I beat that after I beat it, I played it again right afterwards and beat it again. I liked it that much. But I think part of the fun there was just playing it, knowing how to play it, and seeing how much better I did doing it that way. Boy, let's save too. Marco rates himself a 5'10". You mean 5'10" from the waist up, right? Are you talking about my small penis? My small penis? I think, let me think. Because that's actually a good point, Kisame. Because penis size is so important. Penis size is so important, but I think if we're factoring in my small penis, I think a 5 would still be fair. I think a 5. If you want to be critical though, you could drop me a point because of that down to a 4. But when I think about like looks, I'm talking more just like things on the surface, right? You know, face, frame, body, you know, body fat percentage, hair, you know, things like that. But again, that's a good point, right? That's a good point. But typically, I think when people rate guys, we don't factor the penis size in. Cause it's like if you got a big dick but you're a short, ugly dude, you still gonna get rated as a short, ugly dude. You still gonna be rated like a 4, right? So, you know, your sex game is just gonna be out of this world. Chad Marco is Mr. Rogers, giving them white vibes to girls. Yeah, I remember I had a female neighbor at one time, and I think she said I talk like a white guy. So I think I do got those white guy vibes, and a lot of black girls don't like that, especially hood black girls. Typically, I think more suburban black girls might like white guys. But I think black girls who got that hood in them, I don't think they really like white dudes like that. And if you got a quote unquote white vibe about you as a black guy, or you're Oreo, that could probably work against you, to be honest. Marco, if you stream on Twitch, I'll be there. Only difference is there's more censorship on Twitch. Oh, yeah. I can't go up there and say faggot or nigger or... yeah. Twitch seemed like the kind of place, if I go up there talking about how I don't believe transgenders can actually change gender, that you can't literally transform from a man to a woman. If I go up there talking that type of talk, I feel like I get banned from Twitch. Like Twitch. When I see Twitch, I always see a trans flag like right behind it. Like I feel like I can't go there with that type of talk. YouTube, for as bad as it is, I can still say stuff like that. I think I can anyway. I think YouTube is really, really gun ho about, you know, the COVID-19 stuff more than anything else. Chad Marco is the black Mr. Rogers. Twitch is run by a guy who identifies as a deer. Not surprised at all. Not surprised at all. Home of the Transformers, huh? Chad is one of the 7 Mr. Rogers hidden in the neighborhoods. Really, I wouldn't say that. I think because there are quite a few guys like myself. Well, not quite like me, right? I'm really a unicorn out here. Let's be real. But as far as like the whole Oreo thing, that's not necessarily uncommon. I think that I think guys like that, they're more willing to just play the game, you know. I'm really just too hard headed, but guys like that, like other Oreo type dudes, guys with that kind of that don't have that hood vibe about them, I hate to say Oreo. I hate to say like a white guy, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Nerdy black dudes, whatever you want to call it. I think a lot of them still can like get dates and fuck bitches and shit, but they're not hard headed like I am. They'll play the game. They'll wear the right type of shoes. They'll get a haircut. They know how to act cool and shit. Like my best friend, I mean, he into a lot of the nerdy stuff that I'm into, you know. He likes zebra cakes and Pokemon Ruby and Beyblade and playing Oblivion on the, like, he liked a lot of the things that I like, but he knows how to turn that off and act like a more put himself in a more like socially acceptable mode, right? He'll play the game. It's like I notice sometimes we'll be hanging out and then his girl might call and then the way he talk, everything just changes. He'll start talking in like a deeper voice, and you could tell like he's in a completely different mode. So I think that me, I'm too much of I'm too real, really. I'm too authentic. I'm too real. I'm too much of myself. Not too much. Not to say like it's a bad thing, but I think that I really believe in being myself to the fullest, and that's not always going to help you in regards to women, because you're competing with guys who mold their every move, their every behavior according to what women like, according to what women want, and that's your direct competition. And if you refuse to do that, you're not even going to be visible. I'm a hard-headed mother. I could have been a UFC fighter when I was younger, but nobody taught me to fight. I am rather agile. Imagine you are too. And I've been practicing my shadow boxing, and I noticed I got a good motherfucking jab. I got a good jab, man. and you know what's funny? Some of the people, because I've done quite a bit of running in my neighborhood, and people have noticed me, and I've had people who thought that I was an athlete. I've had people think that I was either a boxer or a football player, right? Because of seeing me running and my physique and whatnot. And so yeah, maybe that could have been that could have been a path for me. But I wouldn't want to be a fighter for sure. I like having all my brain cells. I need them. I need them. If not for like the whole brain damage thing, I think being a boxer would be cool. But it's like brain damage is almost inevitable if you're, especially a boxer. It can happen in MMA too, but because MMA is not primarily like the primary goal isn't always hitting the person in the head. It's a more complex combat sport where you have kicks and kicks to the shin, kicks to the leg kicks, and grappling, takedowns, and submissions. So there's not all this focus placed on just banging away at your opponent's head. You want to do that for sure, but you have different options as opposed to body shot, headshot, 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 body shot, headshot. Oh boy. Smiling and being happy has a halo effect on Marco, where he comes across as better than what he would be in his normal. I agree. I totally agree. But I know that when you talk to you hear sometimes depending on where you go, if you talk to the incels, they'll say, "Oh, personality doesn't mean anything. Your looks or your personality." Normies will say, "Looks don't matter. It's all about personality." I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. I think looks are very important, but I think personality is very important as well. And I think that when you have a good personality, it really can. It can make people receive you better when you have a good personality. You know, I have a friend who has a significant facial deformity. We don't hang out much now, but you know, I still consider him a good friend of mine, and it's interesting because I remember when I first met him in middle school, I was just being honest. I was like, "Whoa, like what the fuck is that?" And I'm sure that's how a lot of people first react to him, at least in their head. But now I don't even see it because I see his personality, I see his character before I see his facial deformity, and you know that's the power of personality though. And shit, last I heard, he got a baby on the way, right? So you know, good for him. But I think because I'm so introverted, I think whenever I do happen to be around girls, they don't get to see the side of me that you guys see. They don't see my personality. You know, I'm pretty much just an average dude out there in the crowd. So there's nothing. I'm not physically attractive enough to stand out. And I'm so introverted that my personality doesn't get the opportunity to shine and to you know, make a girl notice me, right? Like I remember one time when I was in the grocery store, and I was standing behind this girl, and I had to talk to the cashier about something because I think I had to get like a cash back paper or something. And I remember she didn't notice me at all until I started talking. When I started talking, she looked at me, and I could tell out the corner of my eye she was staring at me the whole time. And she was staring at me so long that her mom had said, "Hey, come here," right? I think she was kind of young. She was at least about 16, so I wasn't even like checking her out. But I could see out the corner of her eye. But I noticed how she didn't notice me until I started talking. When I started once I start talking, you know, then this starts coming out, and then you know, if I'm not careful, people start looking and shit. But typically, I don't have any reason to say much when I'm out and about. But you know, that could be an issue too. You know, because I think again, my personality is definitely is definitely interesting. But when you're introverted, you don't get the chance to really take advantage of that. So I'm just an average dude blending into the crowd, man, like a shadow out here. Anyone watching the new season of Bleach? That shit is popping off. Currently number one ranked anime of all time on my anime list. They got a new season of Bleach? I was wondering why Bleach was trending on Twitter. I was like, oh, it's not Chainsaw Man today? I got to get back into watching Chainsaw Man too. I got to jump on that bandwagon, get those YouTube views. Oh man, but I stopped at volume 3, so I should probably continue just reading the manga and then check in with the anime as it comes out. But I tried watching Bleach, the original series, years ago. I just couldn't get into it. I just could not get into that shit. I think I watched like 40. I watched how many, like 40 episodes or something? 40, something like that. 40, 50. And look, if I watch 40, 50 episodes and it ain't grab me yet, you can't blame me. It's so weird because Bleach was always mid, dude. That dude, because that's exactly how I would describe my experience with Bleach. When I watched it, that's exactly what the fuck I felt. I was like, this anime is so. I didn't say mid because that's new Zoomer lingo, but mediocre. Honestly, I thought it was just mediocre. I never got into it. I was like, oh, this is pretty mediocre, and just moved on. True keys to me, but girls don't like guys who smile. But this new season is fire. Wow, okay. I thought Bleach ended, yeah. I saw the first few episodes seem promising. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, that sounds cool, but I don't know. It's like I don't want to go back and watch Bleach, the original series, just to watch the new one. I think I'll pass. I'll pass on Bleach. I think I'll let that one go. Y'all can have it. I'll let go of that. I think I'll go for Shippuden or One Piece. The anime ended due to catching up with the manga and the author being too slow. They kept the anime up. It would be years of fillers, so they stopped the anime. This new season is the last arc that was not anime. Oh, okay, that's cool. That's cool. But you would still have to watch the original series to know what the hell is going on. So, and that was absolutely mid. That was that mid smoke right there. If there's a kid in the grocery store and you see him and start talking, the 10-year-old, his mother is going to think you're crazy. Yeah, exactly. Flim, welcome to the stream. I want to tell you not to pre-schedule the gaming channel releases. If you have it, just put it up. You not to pre-schedule the gaming channel releases. If you have it, just put it. Oh no, I'll schedule it. Why not schedule it? Because sometimes if you got I might record 3 or 4 episodes. Now I want to just drop it all like that. I'll do it one day and then have it set up for the next one to come out. The day after, not day after, the day, how you say it? The day after the next, Friday after next. Oh boy. Just to keep stuff spread out, Also, I want to tell you to check your email, but honestly, it'd be pointless. Exactly. Now you get to know me, Flim. Oh boy. Check the email. I heard Hispanic girls like black guys. Black hetsu. I heard that too, but I don't think they're gonna like this kind of black guy. I think that's more of an extension of the desire for big dick thug nigga sex. So that's not gonna help me at all. Fat girls know how to give head because they used to eating a lot. Small girls are the best. Fuck the haters. Look, I wouldn't mind. A small girl. A small. That didn't sound right. I wouldn't mind a petite woman of age. I disagree, Marco. Women definitely look at guys' pee-pee prints and talk about it. No, I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but you can't always see a guy's fucking dick print, right? Just because you might have on a jacket covering up that part of you. You might be wearing jeans, right? Everybody don't walk around in gray sweatpants and a tank top. There is a such thing as wintertime. You don't, right? And you might be a grower, not a shower, so it's not exactly accurate. But I see what you're saying though. That's real shit. That's real shit. But again, it's your print isn't always visible based on what you might be wearing given that time. So I don't think it's exactly reliable. And then again, you might be a grower, not a shower. She might be thinking, oh, this little dick boy, you sitting there packing a nice thick old 7.5, and she done missed out on some big dick thug nigga sex. Mostly cougars and fatties. Young girls have so many options, and I have shit game. Yeah, these young girls, man. They're like walking statues of gold. Street Fighter Budokai stream tomorrow. I don't know. I'll consider. I'll consider Street Fighter. I don't feel like hooking up my PS2. It's been a while since I hooked it up. Honestly, with women, you just have to be an asshole. You have to be an asshole. Bully them to submit, and etc. Chad is a lover, not a fighter. Exactly. That's just not my style, man. Like I said, I'm not about to turn myself to a monster just to get pussy. I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy. I respect people. I treat people with kindness and respect. That's me. You know, if I gotta be a demon just to get pussy, then fuck it. I'd rather be a virgin angel than a demon getting all the pussy in the world. I'm not about to, but again, that's like what I said earlier. A lot of guys, everything they do, they mold their entire behavior around what women like. And I'm not throwing shade. I'm just saying, like, that's something that a lot of guys do. They, it's like they just adapt and they take on those traits because they know that's what women like, But no, I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy. I'm not a fool though. Don't get it twisted. I'm not a fool. I'm a nice guy, but I'm not a fool. When I say nice guy, I'm not saying I'm paying your bills and putting a ring on it. Let's share our bank accounts, honey. Like, that's not. I ain't stupid either. And then that whole asshole thing is kind of dangerous too, because it'll work sometimes, but if you push too hard with the wrong girl, it'll blow up in your face, and you might get like a false rape accusation, or it might damage your reputation because she might say, oh, he did this or he did that, and then he was, he touched me inappropriately. You thought you were just forcing her to submit, right? Let me just be an asshole and force her to submit. Let me smack her on the ass, and then now that that doesn't turn into a sex. So that running that type of game is dangerous. It really is, because it'll work when she's attracted to you, but it's like it's risky because you're trying to you're kind of gambling and rolling the dice on the actions you're taking with her, basically. Some girls will be like, oh, it's so hot that he was aggressive and knew exactly what I wanted him to do, and he just did it without asking. And that'll work one time. It'll work 2 times. It'll work 3 times. But then it'll be the time when you kissed her and she didn't want you to kiss her, and then boom, right? You've committed unlawful touching. I'm just saying it's risky. It's risky because women do like it when you just know what to do and can guess exactly what they want. But if you guess wrong, they have the full authority to punish you for it. That's the problem. If you guess right, awesome. If you guess wrong, I'm going to punish you. You know, it's like jumping in Street Fighter. I'm going to Shoryuken and and knock you out of the sky, fool. Like, but if you guess right and you grab as I get up, or you sweep, then okay, you got me. Sneeko says that in order to fuck a woman aggressively, you kind of have to hate her. Seems like the only way to get noticed is to act like a like a complete fool, or be handsome, be attractive. Don't be unattractive. But you gotta have something. You gotta have something to make people look your way. Talk philosophy. Girls love it when a guy talks about something they love. Hey, do you know about the Diogenes? Ma'am, do you want to talk about Diogenes? Let's have a conversation about that. You're telling me the kid with the severe facial deformity lost his V card before you. Now I'm convinced Marco is avoiding the puss at this point. I am. What are you talking about? That's exactly what I was. Yeah, dude. MGTOW, go your own way. You're intentionally not dating and whatnot. Oh, but yeah, from what I understand, he's been with several girls at that. He lost his virginity. I think, I'm not exactly sure, but I hear stories, right? Because we're all part of the same circle. But I think he might have lost his virginity in like his early 20s or something like that. Maybe even before that. I'm not exactly sure, but yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you. But see, what you have to understand, and I'm hoping the best for him. I'm hoping the best, but because I don't know exactly what his relationship situation is completely, right? That's, you know, I'm hoping that it's something I can be okay, but if I would have settled, if I would have settled for fat gorilla bitches, if I would have settled for single, I could have lost my virginity. So it's like it's not. It's like, to me, it doesn't really say much. Like, to me, losing your virginity doesn't mean much, because it's nothing to fuck a fat gorilla bitch. It's nothing to sell your soul for pussy. It's nothing to not have standards. What type of woman did you have sex with? What type of person was she? Right? How much did you have to sacrifice? What did you get out of that? That's what really matters. Losing your virginity means jack shit. Because I could have lost my virginity at least 3-4 times now. That's not even including the dudes who tried to hit on me. So I could have lost my virginity several times by now. So if you're saying I avoided it, yeah, but it's not. Look, I'll put it like this: if I saw a good opportunity, I wouldn't have avoided it. You know, if she was cute, sane, no kids, I would have entertained it. I would have said, okay, well, look, looks like this is my opportunity. But when you have standards, but you're also not very attractive, this is pretty much what happens. I have standards, but I'm not attractive enough to get girls to attract women that would tempt me out of my virginity, basically. Now, in fact, I'd say I'm not attractive enough to attract the girls that could tempt me out of my virginity. I have standards, but I'm also not desperate. When you have these three traits, yes, yes, you can. That's all it takes. Standards, lack of attractiveness, and low sex drive, or lack of desperation. That's all you need. Easy, right there. You'll be a virgin. You'll be a virgin for a long time. Cause you gotta have you gotta have something. You gotta be attractive. If you're not that, you gotta have low standards. If you don't have that, you gotta have desperation. Like you gotta have one of those. And I don't have any of those traits. So when you think about it, me being a virgin makes perfect sense. I'm sure that my friend with the facial deformities, he probably settled. And I'm not talking about the relationship he's in now, but I'm just kind of guessing that throughout his relationships or sexual encounters, he probably settled or engaged with women that I wouldn't have, or he did things that I wouldn't have done that allowed him to get into those situations in the first place, right? Like he might have had sex with a woman without knowing her STD status. I wouldn't do something like that. Send me those emails, Flim. I'll read them. That's funny. That's so funny. Woo, that's great. Oh, that's fantastic. I had a friend who got a girl by being an asshole to her, but one day he took it too far and she cried. They broke up after that, and she started dating another girl. It'd be like that. It'd be like that, man. Damn. But that's why you got to be careful with that asshole shit. It's risky. It's legitimately risky, man. I saw a post about that earlier. I'm about to wrap up the stream soon too. We're just chopping it up. I was gonna play Shining Force 1, but I didn't expect to take so long playing goddamn Shenmue. But since I didn't get to Shining Force 1, I'll stream again. Probably today's Saturday, right? So it'll be around like the evening, like around 6 or after 6 p.m. sometime around it. I'll stream Shining Force and maybe a bit of Street Fighter. Cause I wanted to get to Shining Force, but that damn forklift job, that goddamn forklift job, man. Let me see if I can find that post real quick, because I thought it was pretty good what he said. Okay, all right, I found it. This all right. So, let me see. So the thread was talking about how women feel about guys approaching them, and it kind of pertains to the subject as far as like how aggressive you should be about it. And this guy, he said, they're not retarded. They just don't care about the fact that they're putting other people in a difficult situation. To them, they believe this is their right to test our bravery and masculinity. If a man can't go through difficult situations with finesse and skill and charisma, he's unworthy. And so what he's saying is girls they don't care about the fact that they basically set you up to have to act without knowing how to act. They want you to read their mind and always know what right move to make, and they don't care that that you're gonna be punished for guessing incorrectly. We're not gonna tell you what we want. You're gonna have to know what we want. But if you guess wrong, uppercut. Sure, you can sweep, wake up throw, wake up super. You're gonna get punished basically. If you whiff, you're going to get heavy punch into DP into sure you can special super sure you can. They're not playing with your ass. They're not playing. Unlawful touching. Yeah, I think that's what Tupac never got convicted of actual rape. I think in the end he got unlawful touching. Let me look at it just to make sure real quick. But I don't think he ever got hit. They never was able to prove outright rape. Let me see. Unlawful. Unlawful touching. Let me just clarify real quick. Shakur and his road manager, Charles Fuller, were never convicted of actually having sex with Jackson. Rather, they were convicted of forcibly touching her buttocks. Shakur received 1.5 to 4.5 years, while Fuller received 4 months and 5 years probation. There's another discussion. Tupac was not actually convicted of the gang rape, which allegedly took place. He was convicted of forcibly touching Ayanna Jackson's buttocks. So basically, yeah, unlawful touching, right? So, I mean, you see how narratives work, though, right? When we think of what Tupac went through, we always think rape, like, oh, he got no, they got him for forcibly touching her buttocks, her butt. He was found guilty of first-degree sexual assault along with his road manager. But specifically, they were never convicted of actually having sex with Jackson. Rather, they were convicted of forcibly touching her butt. Right? Oh, goddamn, bruh. How can you constantly know what each signal is signaling? You don't. You got to guess. It's guesswork. I've heard stories of guys who thought they were getting choosing signals and shit, and then they went for it and asked them out, and the girl was like, "Oh nah." So it's man. Sometimes you just don't know. I heard the sprinklers go off again, Marco, or waterfall, Mark. Yeah. When you get to that point where you say, okay, I'm going to drink a lot of water, just like they tell me to, and you start just drinking water all throughout the day, they don't tell you that you piss all day too. They don't tell you about that. But when you say, yeah, I'm going to commit myself to drinking the adequate amount of water, 8 glasses a day, when you do that shit, you pissing all day. You're just pissing. Every day I wake up, I gotta piss so bad. Marco guarding his wizardry. Look, look. My thing is, bro, my whole life, I've always been willing to date and have sex. Don't get me wrong. It's yes, I embrace being a virgin. I embrace being single, but it was never like I was adamantly against having sex or being in a relationship. I just knew that it wasn't something that I was going to put effort into. It wasn't something that I was desperate enough to have to settle. And I think, again, when you have that combination, lack of attractiveness, no desperation, and standards, you can end up being a virgin for a long time, even if you are as awesome as I am. Because you got to understand, a lot of guys, they've only had sex and they've only had relationships because they settled for bad situations. They did dumb shit to get it. They had sex with girls that they had no idea had an STD. They dated single moms. They settled for fat girls, sloppy fat girl head. When you have standards and you're not desperate, it can happen just like that. A lot of guys out here, they only fucking because they're settling for stupid situations. They're doing stupid, foolish stuff to get laid, and they're settling for less. They're settling for garbage options. Settled for sloppy fat. I'm telling you, it's real. A lot of guys out here, they out here settling for sloppy fat girl head, bro. Forklift saga is over. It's not over yet. Damn. I thought it was. Hold up. Let me see one thing though. It might be over. Let me see one thing. Because maybe you get fired when you go to work that morning. Nah, damn. Hold up. Some girls will give you signals just to reject you and feel better about themselves. You know, that happened to my friend, kinda. He said that he was at work and this girl had came up to him and said, "Hey, my friend likes you. She wants you to talk to her." So he went to go talk to her, and then she pretty much just curved him.
You all do your best now. Yeah. Like always, 3 laps to the finish. Everybody ready? Yeah. On your mark.
The cashier girl at the store today smiled at me while I was paying for my shit. I'm about to ascend, bros. Look, you gotta enjoy those little moments, man. I know I do.
Ready? Go!
I never think too much about it, but you know, it's one of the few times where I get to interact with girls, so I, you know. I talk all this MGTOW stuff, and then when it come down to it, though, I still get excited. It's still nice being able to just basic, regular interactions with girls is still so exciting to me. Ba-ba-ba, ba-ba, ba-ba-ba. But you got to think about how many guys out there are only having sex because they settled. And we always have that whole conversation, right? About, you know, dating in your league, go for your looks match. You know, girls will say you only want Stacy, all this shit. It's like, as men, we're kind of trained to think that we have to settle. And when you get out of that mindset, and really a lot of that mindset comes from the aspect of desperation. When you're not desperate, why settle? If you're willing to die a single virgin, why would you settle? But when you don't settle, which really a lot of men end up having to settle in one way or another. When you don't settle, yeah, you'll end up being a virgin for a long ass time. For a long ass time. Ba, 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 ba. Hellbreaker, you made it right at the end of the stream. I'm about to get off right now. I've been here for like 4 hours and 30 minutes already. Ba, 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 da, 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 da. Just 4 hours late, exactly. I'll be in and out of gooning off to Hinata Dujins. There's this Hinata, like this short 2-minute animation. Oh man. Have you seen that Hinata hentai animation? Just Kisame. If you haven't, I'll send it to you over Discord. Private message. You gotta see that shit.
Finish.
God, adult Hinata is just perfection. She came out hotter than small breast Sakura. Yeah, for sure. But you got to think. Of course, they're gonna give the protagonist the best girl.
Let's get cracking.
So that's not really surprising.
Gotcha. Today you gotta move cargo between warehouses. Gotcha. First take a crate from here over to warehouse number 8 and unload it there. Then take a crate from warehouse number 8 to warehouse number 18. You know where that is, right?
I take this to warehouse number 8. Then I take number 8 cargo to warehouse number 18.
Yep. But careful you don't get mixed up. The quota's written on the map.
I got it.
Oh, this one of them funky ones. Oh god, we gotta be getting close to the end then, because this one they got you doing extra shit. Oh my god, I'm already lost, dude. Dragon Ball Z is kind of interesting though, because Goku easily got the worst girl out of everybody. Bulma might be used goods, but she was still very, very hot in her prime. Let me see. Hold up. But Chi-Chi is just she is the very definition of just a nagging bitch of a wife. '18 is hot, but she's kind of generic. Too generic for my taste. Generic blonde, but definitely attractive. I'm lost, dude. Oh god, my boss is gonna be so mad. My boss is gonna be so mad at me. But Marco is real MGTOW. I am. Shit. Give me my credit. Give me my damn credit. Yes. Acknowledge me as a legitimate MGTOW. It's But really, you know, to be honest, I still prefer herbivore male. I always felt like that more accurately described how I felt. It sounds way more beta, but oh my god, dude, I'm gonna get fired for this. Like, you talking about? Oh lord, I'm gonna get fired today. I can't even find the damn warehouse 8. Oh, okay, I got you. I probably should have read the I probably should have read the damn thing, huh? But you should get a lot of money for this job right here. Now that I think about it, but I'm zoned out. I don't even care about the quota anymore. I'm just trying to end this forklift saga, man. I'm just trying to end this forklift saga at this point, man. We got to get out of here. OBS disconnected for a second and reconnected. It happens. Marco is a funny streamer. I tell him I'm gooning off to Hinata instead of saying get out, weirdo dude. It's like DM me on Discord. I got you, man. Look, man, y'all already know how I am. You know, I am a coomer. I like pornography. You know, it is what it is. You know, I know a lot of people nowadays have this vendetta against pornography, and it's so toxic, it's so bad. But I think a lot of that is overblown, to be honest. Indulging in pornography is 10 times safer than having sex nowadays. So no, I don't. I'm not going to join anybody in their crusade against pornography. Pornography is a safer option than dating and having sex in the modern era. Period. You know, I've had my struggles with pornography and overindulging in it, but I look at pornography the same way I look at junk food. You know, it's okay to eat some junk food every now and then. The main thing is just don't overindulge to the point where it's messing up your health, right? I look at pornography the same way. You know, obviously it's not something that's productive or meaningful, but you know, everything doesn't have to be that. Pornography to me is something fun to indulge in. It's a way to satisfy your sexual urges without having to take any sort of significant risk. And like I said, objectively speaking, pornography is safer than having sex. You can't catch incurable diseases from pornography. Pornography isn't going to divorce rape your ass. Pornography isn't going to call the police on you. Pornography isn't going to enter into a toxic, abusive, verbally and emotionally abusive relationship, physically abusive relationship with you. I was talking too fast there. So no, I'm not one of those guys that's in this. No, fuck that shit. You know, now I think you know, as time goes on, I do see myself distancing myself from pornography, you know, as I amp up the whole monk mode thing. But yeah, people who just have this thing about, you know, pornography is so evil, and I just honestly I scoff at it. That's kind of ridiculous to me. Pornography is about the safest way to satisfy your sexual urges that there is. The issue is more than anything is just that it's so readily available, and so it's easy to overindulge. Cause there's so much of it, and it can be very addicting, you know. But my issue with pornography nowadays is that I tend to save too much. I tend to hoard too much pornography. Stash it away on the hard drive somewhere. That's mainly my issue.
Lunchtime, eh?
I like collecting it more than I like masturbating to it, to be honest. I think I have like this fear of like what happened with Pornhub. They deleted a lot of this stuff. I think I'm kind of traumatized by that. Oh yeah, he's about to get married to
Hey,
his
Goro?
girlfriend.
Bro, me, I'm gonna
Dude, shut the
settle
fuck up.
down
18
and
is the goat.
go
She
straight.
alright. She look, she's
Get
but she's
me a
generic.
real job, work hard and
She's a
marry
generic
her.
blonde hottie.
Mary? But she's too young.
Don't you know, Ryo? Girls can get married from 16.
But to Goro?
Well, Goro, he's not so bright.
He's
but
getting married
he's
to a
got a heart of
16-year-old
gold.
in the story right now.
Well, bro, be seeing you around.
See ya.
But they never tell you how old Goro is. That's what kind of makes it kind of. But this is Japan, so you got to keep that in mind. So she can consent to getting married at 16 and being still in school. So I think my state is the age of consent is 16 here too, though. As far as sex, because I think so. I think I live in a 16 state. I still wouldn't do it though. I wouldn't do it. 18 and over. Boma Dojins are it. They got some Boma Ace games too. I think Boma's Adventure or something. I remember when I beat my meat to Kama Hasra for the first time. Kame Hasutra. Okay, I think I know what you guys are talking about too.
I love these.
Isn't the artist name Ringo or something? I don't know. I think I know what
Maybe
you guys
just
are
one.
talking about. I might be off, but I feel like I heard that somewhere. Kikimoru, herbivore male. Kikimoru, what the fuck is that?
This again?
Kikimoru.
Maybe I should get another. What? This again? Maybe I should get another.
18 is a tomboy. She got kind of a masculine attitude about her. That's the only thing about it. She's definitely attractive, but she's not overtly
It's the
feminine
same
though,
one.
as far as her behaviors. But she's better. She's
I should
way
try
better
again.
than Chi-Chi, and not just in terms of looks, but she's more chill than Chi-Chi.
It's the same one.
Like Krillin might be a little dude, but I feel like he kind of. I feel like he get more respect from her
Maybe I should get another.
than Goku does from Chi-Chi. MGTOW while pumping and dumping is the alpha way. I mean, that's if that's your thing. If that's your thing, I think you still got to be careful.
This
though.
again?
Pump and dump can be dangerous. Yeah, you still gotta be careful.
I should try again.
Chad is a MGTOW monk. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that either. A pornosexual, yeah. There we go. We out here in the goon stream.
What?
Yes.
This again?
You can be in an abusive relationship with porn. Yeah, you can
Maybe I should get
abuse the
another.
hell out of your own dick. I swear, man, I've gone on binges that left my dick in pain. You know you've masturbated too much when you have to stop
This again?
because your dick hurt.
I should try again.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I know a lot of guys struggle with pornography addiction, and it can affect guys in a different way. But you know, I'm someone I've been in the depths of porn addiction to the point where I realized and recognized that I had to cut back. And you know, for the most part, I was able to do that. But again, sometimes it's just like junk food.
Should get another.
You know, sometimes you say fuck it and you eat all the donuts when you know you shouldn't. And some days, you know, I might masturbate too much and whatnot. It still happens every now and then, but it's not the issue that it used to be. And so I don't look at it like some other guys do, as being like this just completely abhorrent thing.
Maybe I should get another.
In fact, I think that
not today.
You know, I want to see a future where men have more options as far as alternative ways to deal with their sex drive and their sexuality. You know, pornography is obviously it's crude in of itself, but pornography is going to at some point evolve into things like virtual reality, sex dolls, sex bots, and you know, I get normie society will look at things like that as pathetic, you know, but me, I embrace that. I think I would love to see a reality where guys can satisfy their urges and have control over it, can have control over the satisfaction of their own sexual urges, and don't have to jump through flaming hoops and backflip over alligator pits just to get pussy. I would love to see that future. That's why I, to a certain degree, embrace pornography, at least from the perspective of using it just as a means to be able to entertain yourself, as far as like sexual entertainment. But yeah, I'm just saying, if we're gonna live in a sexually liberated society, then
it's already this late.
If you're gonna live in a sexually liberated society and have to contend with things like hypergamy and whatnot, and women being so selective and having such high standards, then look, I want to see guys have an option, like other options, to be able to have, to have some form of fun, like sex-related fun, without having to play a game that's quite frankly rigged against them. I want to see the incels be able to get some damn sex bots or something, right? And at least be able to have something like that. I mean, shit. Instead of having to settle for fat gorilla looking bitches, have you a smoking hot sex bot or something, or some type of like virtual reality program that's that you can have fun with. I'm thinking about the future. I got my eyes set on the future, and I just think that there is meaningful possibilities there. Although it directly doesn't affect it, it does affect children and give access to more grooming, if we are being honest. I mean, look, there are obviously negative aspects to it, don't get me wrong, but that's why I keep using the whole junk food example though, right? Because when you look at processed foods and junk food and whatnot, look at all the obese people that are around, right? All the people who are obviously suffering and having negative side effects because of their poor diets, right? But we don't sit there and say, let's ban junk food because some people can't control themselves and eat themselves into morbid obesity and damn near body deformity, right? We don't say let's ban right? Let's ban junk food because some people can't handle it, right? And I think that just about anything can be mishandled and misused to the point of negativity, and pornography is no different. But I think to wholesale say, you know, well, just get rid of it, ban it. Ban it. I think that's too extreme. But obviously, yeah, that, right. There are negative aspects to it beyond the addiction part, for sure. But I just think that as people, we can't just try to just cover up and ban everything because bad things might happen, you know. Because you can apply that same logic to so many different things. You can you know, do we get rid of social media because you know, some predators might use it to stalk kids or try to get in contact with kids? And do we ban guns because we got crazy people out there who would go on mass shootings? You know, I mean, you know, now I'm not saying to do or not to do. I'm just saying I see a lot of people kind of jump on pornography so quick as this totally bad thing, and I think that the logic that they use against it can be used for a lot of other things as well. But you know, they wouldn't want us to go to that extreme when it comes to trying to control other aspects of people's lives. So but boy, well, boy, did I, oh man, boy, did I have a rocky relationship with pornography. But again, like seriously though, like when I look at my issues with pornography, and then I look at the people around me and their issues with real life sex, real life relationships, no, it's not comparable at all. Comparing the issues of pornography, at least on a personal level, comparing that to like what you have to deal with real sex and real relationship, that's like comparing somebody who's like addicted to marijuana to somebody who's addicted to meth or crack or something like that. Like it's worlds apart as far as the bullshit you got to deal with. Like with my issues regarding pornography, I feel like I got off easy. I got off with a slap on the wrist compared to what these guys out here dealing with, but they crazy ass girlfriends and shit. I've dealt with nothing. I went through nothing. My problems were PG. My best friend sleep in his car in 30-degree weather because he can't get sleep in his own house because his girl, please. I go outside, it's goddamn 30 degrees outside. This dude in his car in my front yard is knocked out, sleep with a damn sheet and a coat over his head because he can't even go home. Please, I'll take porn addiction any day. Say Tory Blue, I know you're going now, but I hope you enjoyed the stream. Have a great night. Oh boy. Bulma in that bunny suit. Yes. Yes. Ah, that's the best. Should you fap on Adderall? Adderall. I think you mean Adderall. "18 is kind of like my mom in personality," to be honest. Oh, it's kind of cool. Kind of hate I gravitated towards girls like that in younger years. The fruity and shit was strong. Is it Freud or Freud? Sigmund Freud? Is Freud? Freudian. I said Freudian. 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 I got no excuse for that one. He ain't even Japanese. Ban all junk food. Destroy all free will for the rest of mankind because I don't like it. Yeah, that's what. Exactly. No offensive speech, and let's just go all the way, man. I used to feel left out because of my low sex drive, but now I see it as a blessing. Honestly, I think being so lame in school was a blessing in disguise, because I know a lot of times we think about being cool. Like, man, I wish I was cool. But if I was cool, I probably would have been getting bitches. And if I was getting bitches, I probably would have fucked up somewhere and ended up on child support or something and had to actually like work or regular, like, had to actually like be a normie and work a normal job consistently to pay my child support. I mean, part of the reason why I was able to be a NEET for so long was because I didn't have those types of pressures and responsibilities. The powers that be don't want men to have options. They want to control men through girls. I do think that when you look at how people respond to like red pill ideas and stuff like that, I do think that there is a desire for men to just really continue to be weak and easily manipulated by women, to be honest. Because I think a lot of people really do benefit from men being foolish about women. Not only women, but like I know, Coach Greg Adams, he talks about divorce proceedings a lot and how much money divorce lawyers make trying to, having it to handle their different clients and whatnot, right? And so it's men being fools with women is a profitable is actually profitable for different groups and not just women.
Okay, good job. Here's today's pay.
Did I make quota? Because I was really dialing it in there.
Thanks.
You met quota.
I
son.
did?
So starting tomorrow, you'll get a 50 yen raise. You hit 600 yen per crate. That's the best salary in the company.
Wow.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Yes, thank you very much.
I got the best salary in the company, guys. Aren't you proud of me? I've been just forklifting like crazy. 5 hours? Oh man. I thought maybe if I did one more day. I thought one more day and we'd be there. Oh god. This stream is about to turn into a 6-hour stream over this forklift job. It is. It just won't end. It never ends, man. It never ends. Oh, man. You make a good point about sexual liberation. If women want to be selective, then men can be just as selective. And somebody had mentioned this. In fact, I've seen several guys mention this because, you know, I've seen threads where guys will talk about, you know, porn ban porn, and I've seen guys make a very good point about that, and it's that you know, if we continue down the path of female empowerment, feminism, and sexual liberation, the last thing you want is for men's options to be limited. That's the last thing that you want. Because all that's going to do is put even more power into the hands of women. It's like, when you look at laws, I forgot whether it's New Jersey or New York, but there's a law where they decriminalize prostitution for women, but the men who pay for it still can get prosecuted, right? And so that's exactly the type of stuff that I'm talking about. I think some conservative guys, traditional minded guys, they're quick to jump on the bandwagon of hating pornography and wanting to ban pornography. And I can even see their perspective, but I think that what they don't realize is that if that does happen, that's just an easy target. That's an easy target just to take more options away from men while not really making any adjustments on the female side of things. So men lose more options while women remain empowered, while women remain sexually liberated, hypergamous, and all these things. And so things just get worse for us while it gets better for women because they're able to further monopolize their sexuality. And I guarantee you, any laws that do happen to come about regarding pornography, it'll be focused on making sure, like limiting what we can do and with it, and not so much what women can get out of it, right? Because that's exactly what happened with the prostitution law. They decriminalized it for the women selling the pussy, but still fully punish the men who are buying it. And that's why I think we have to be careful about shit like that. Don't go for the easy target just because it makes you feel better. You gotta look at the bigger picture. It's like, again, going back to the whole prostitution thing. The politicians could say, we're gonna crack down on prostitution, and then we all get it, and then conservatives get all excited, like, yeah, finally. And then the actual law comes out, and it's like, we're decriminalizing it for women, but still, we're still gonna punish the men even hard, right? That is that sort of thing. You gotta be careful with shit like that. You gotta be careful. Let's hope we can trigger an event that's going to lead to me getting fired tomorrow. That's why I'm just kind of running around aimlessly here. If he can leave right now, though, then they might be telling me there's not an event. I think the trafficking involved in
I should look
porn
around a bit more.
is bad. I mean, obviously, right? Again, there are definitely negative aspects to it. Don't get me wrong, but you can find stuff like that in so many different industries, right? I mean, how many careers or jobs out there are there where the workers are exploited, right? Where workers are overworked and underpaid or don't get benefits they deserve. You know, this isn't something that's just unique to pornography. You can find stuff. Oh, you can find exploited, disenfranchised people involved in different situations all over the place. And really, one of the main things that bothers me when we have this discussion is that people always say, "What about the girls? What about the women who are being, exploited?" And isn't that? What about the guys? like, what about the men involved in pornography? Right? We never. It's always what about the girl, dude? It's guys getting fucked in porn too, right? There's a whole like gay porn industry, right, where guys are getting fucked and throat fuck all the nasty shit you see happening to girls. It's happening to guys too. And not even just the guys who are getting fucked, but what about the guys who are doing the fucking? I saw this video where there was a heterosexual male porn star who seemed just as traumatized as the girls who come out against pornography years later. So when I see stuff like that, I can't take it too seriously because I think a lot of times people are expressed, they're having a knee-jerk reaction. And they're reacting based off of emotion. Think about the poor women. You haven't even thought 2 seconds deeper than that to think that there are guys who are in the same fucking situation. But think about the women. Think about those poor trafficked girls, those exploited women. That's why I can't take these people seriously, because they haven't thought about it. I'm a coomer, and I've thought about it more than they have. So no, I don't want to hear that bullshit. I'm sitting here, man, my porn folder is legendary. And I'll put more thought into this than to say some goofy shit like that. Think about the girl, the traffic girl. Please, what about the guys? Ain't nobody said that. Nobody said that. Nobody. Because they ain't really thought about it. It's a knee-jerk normie reaction to shit. That's what it is. You can tell that I'm willing to die over my hentai. you can tell. Oh boy, let's just be honest. You know that picture, that poster of the first Doom game when all the demons are trying to grab him, and he has his gun and he's like he's making his last stand. That'll be me trying to protect my damn. my goddamn porn folder. There we go.
Huh? A winner?
Having sex robots can stop wars and violence more than banning guns can. You remember that episode of Futurama where they were talking about how sex bots almost caused the end of the world because men were just so preoccupied with being able to have all their sexual fantasies satisfied so easily. Real talk, that sex bots really might be an issue. That might really be. Porn is manageable, but sex bots really might be that step over the line. As men, we really might have to stop and think a little bit deeper about that one. I don't think to be real, I don't even think we're ready for that. I don't even think we're really ready for that, man. We ain't even mature enough for that shit. We can barely handle porn. Talk about some sex bots. But there's so many different layers to that discussion, though, man. It's like if you can create a sex bot capable of like realistic human behavior to the point of like you can fuck them and it will be exciting and not like weird. What if you could put them to work too, right? Like, could you have robot cashiers? It's man.
Excuse me.
Yes? What is it?
And like, what if you have a personal sex bot, but then you create a Twitch channel for them? I mean, it's so many layers to this that we haven't even really thought that deeply about, man.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, my
Thank
sex
you
bot
very
has a
much.
Twitch
I'll take this,
channel.
please.
Sure, draw a raffle ticket.
My sex bot has an OnlyFans, and I make $200 a month from it. Right? The possibilities are
No win.
There's so many possibilities there,
No
man.
prize, eh?
Can you not pick up 2 boxes on the forklift at the same time? You cannot. It's got to be one. You can only get one at a time. Is that not realistic? Porn destroyed my life at one point, so I abstained for 4 years, and now I'm back to being a coomer. That's impressive, though. I haven't done it. Wow. That's impressive right there, though. Shit. Very impressive. Very impressive. Very impressive. But I like porn. To me, I just see it as another form of entertainment. You know, like watching, like playing video games, watching cars. It's just a form of entertainment. That's how I look at it. But just like anything, I think that it has to be indulged in moderation. You could talk about things like sex trafficking and whatnot, but again, let's look at the video game industry. You know, it's no secret that a lot of people working in video game companies and whatnot, they're overworked, right? What about their struggle? What about that problem? I'm just saying, like, it's always going to be negative. It's always going to be people who are taken advantage of, people who are exploited in any industry. I mean, that's just, it's a fact of life, man. Just think about those poor Japanese people working for those animation companies. I mean, I hear they get worked to death. God. But we don't care about that. We don't care about that. It's always think about the poor women. Think about that poor girl who willingly walked into that facial abuse office to have her throat demolished by a 60-year-old a 60-year-old psychopath. Oh yeah, I don't think I'm going to trigger anything today. But this might be the night. This might be the night, actually. Because I think there's a big event that happens like in the middle of the night or something like that. Yeah, let's go home. Yeah, I don't think there will be any event that will happen right now. Goro just got married. I don't think anything. I think whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen on a set date. Bum 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 dun 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 dun. Oh, Flim, send me those emails. I'll read them. How did porn destroy you, Kisimi? Yeah, tell us. I never understood the addiction because I was never really into porn. Turned me into a lazy bum incapable of acting normal around women. Now, as someone who's well versed in overindulging in pornography, it I can't speak for everyone, but I do believe that it does drain like motivation. But I think sex is the same way though. That's not something that's unique to pornography. Sex in general tends to have that effect on men, like this draining effect. If you know anything about boxing, most coaches will advise their fighters to not have sex leading up to the fight because they feel like it drains like vital male testosterone energy and whatnot. And so a lot of fighters, even other types of athletes, they abstain from sex leading up to big fights or big sporting events. But at the same time, some say that it some don't do it, some do. It's still kind of bro science-y, right? But I know personally, when I masturbate too much, I definitely feel like just drained and less motivated. Like if I haven't fapped in, let's say I haven't fapped in like 3 days and I masturbate, I don't really feel like I don't feel drained. But if I masturbate like 3, 4, like if I do like 3 or 4 times, and I do it 3 times the next day, yeah, that's when I start feeling it. I definitely feel a reduction in my overall energy levels. So it's definitely not something to take lightly. Don't get me wrong. But I think that I just look at it as an alternative option for dealing with your sex drive, you know. If I was with a girl having sex 4 times that night, that's cool. You know, that's fine, right? Nobody's gonna give me any shit. But if I masturbate 2 or 3 times instead that night to some goddamn hentai, I'm a loser. So
Good morning, everyone. Morning. Time for a
Morning.
daily warm-up race. You all do your best now. Yeah. Like always,
Fruitian.
3 laps to the finish. Everybody ready? Yeah. On your mark. Almost time to go. Ready? Go!
being a NEET allows me to watch this stream for 5 hours while laying in my blanket eating eating tendies. That's great. I'm glad I'm providing entertainment for NEETs. My streams are NEET approved, and that means everything to me. That's all I ever wanted. Chad making bank exemplary wage cook. Yeah. That's exactly how I was at my job, though. I mean, I didn't get a raise or nothing, but but I was recognized as being a good worker pretty much everywhere I worked at. My job was kind of whack though because it didn't really give me the opportunity to meet like young, attractive women. Most of the people I worked with were like, they were like older, like I want to say like, it was kind of like a mix. It was like hood chicks, but the ones who were like 30 and all like for a hood chick 30. A hood chick's 30 is like a regular woman's 50 in a way. I'm talking they got like multiple kids, overweight, ratchet, bad attitudes and stuff. You know, a couple of older dudes, stuff like that. But nah, not. There were pretty much no cute girls working alongside me the whole time I had my part-time job. There was one, but she was a single mom, and I think she was dating a girl at the time too. So, but the whole time there was only like one cute coworker. So.
Finish!
That kind of sucked.
Oh man, so close. You almost had it.
This is why I play survival horrors and linear action games. Fuck Elden Ring and Shenmue.
Thanks.
Yep. I can't blame you.
It's time for work. Let's get cracking.
I've been playing for like 5 hours and I feel like I haven't really gotten anywhere.
Gotcha. Today you gotta move cargo between warehouses. Gotcha. First take a crate from here over to warehouse number 8 and unload it there.
Enforced monogamy sounds ideal, but most women don't want to be forced into it. Sex robots is more practical solution.
Then I take number 8.
And also, you gotta think,
Yep.
what if you get matched up with a fat gorilla looking bitch?
Written on the map.
I got it.
Don't think you just gonna get paired up with a cute girl with a healthy body weight. See y'all, yeah. Motherfuckers don't think about that. They don't think about that. They don't think about that. What if she crazy? What if she toxic? Again, you know. That's why I'm not one of those guys that's like, oh, we got to go back to the traditional way. I'm not one of those guys, you know. Because if that's the case, my peaceful herbivore male MGTOW existence could be in jeopardy. Because normie society says that I have to get married, I have to do this, I have to do that. Nah. At least here I have the freedom. I have the freedom to be single. The free to sing. You know I've been up too long. In fact, I'm supposed to be asleep by now, actually. I have the freedom to be single. The freedom to be a bachelor. So I can't really complain too much. You know, the dating game might be a disaster, but you know, I can function just fine completely outside of it. So it's not something that I have to stress about. I can just observe it and enjoy the shitstorm. It's like watching a boxing match. You ain't the one in there getting your head knocked off. But it's damn is it fun to watch. It's like when my friend comes over and I just know he's gonna tell me some crazy shit that happened with his girl. I can't lie, I kind of look forward to it because it's just always hilarious to me. one of the funniest things that happened with him, so he got his, well, okay. He had his own place. They had a place together. And then they basically got kicked off of the lease because they were causing so much drama, right? And so they had to move somewhere else where the rent was significantly higher, right? Big L there, right? But that's not even, we're just getting started. So of course, as toxic relationships tend to go, they ended up getting to that phase of it, you know, the cycle of where there's a lot of drama and chaos, and there's like a fake breakup, right? So during this fake breakup, he gets another place of his own. But of course, inevitably he's going to allow her to move in with him, right? That's how it goes. I know he's gonna do this. But you know, we're talking about this, and he's like, well, since now it's my place and it's my name on it, which is the big difference here, right? Because before they had both their names on it, so when she was acting crazy, it's not like he could just kick her out. But this place, this was in his name. This is his shit. So even if she does move in, it's his, right? So he gets a new place, and he's thinking that now he got some power in the relationship because it's his place. So she moves in, or starts moving in. She wasn't even fully moved in yet before she started acting crazy again. So she starts acting crazy, and so he wants to kick her out. He calls the police. The police come, and they get a lay of the land. They ask him a couple questions, and they say, okay, well, but her stuff is here, right? She's moving her stuff in. My friend's like, yeah. Well, he says you can't kick her out because since her stuff is here, that means that she set up residency. So even though her name isn't on the lease, because she has stuff here, technically she set up residency. You can't kick her out without giving her a official court document notice of eviction. Oh my God. And so where he thought he finally had some power, he actually had none. And so basically he's stuck with her again. So you would think, okay, well, just go to court and get the papers and serve it to her, right? But you got to understand the mental illness of a man in a toxic relationship. That by the time that's happened, she's already adjusted her behavior to make him back out of it. So essentially, even though her name isn't on the lease, because he would have to go through so many steps just to get her out, he's not going to be able to get her out. Even when he wants to, his emotions, his anger and frustration is not going to last long enough to make him go through the full process of getting her kicked out. I mean, look, that's my friend, but it's peak foolishness, man. It's peak fool, and I have to laugh at shit like that. It's nothing less than hilarious. It's nothing less than hilarious when you understand the red pill and you see like people doing blue pill shit around you. It's funny, man. It's like when you're good at like you're really good at a fighting game and you're watching a scrub play and you're seeing all the dumb shit that he does, all the little mistakes. It's funny. It's like, dude, jump over the fireball. No, just jump over the fireball. Right? Close the distance. Jump over the fireball. Stop getting hit with the fireball. He's not spamming. He's taking advantage of you. He's taking advantage of you not knowing how to deal with fireballs.
Lunchtime, eh?
I hate that shit too. Playing fighting games with people who don't know how to play, they get mad when you do simple stuff they don't know how to deal with. Like, yeah, I'm gonna keep throwing fireballs until you figure out how to deal with it. I remember playing Mortal Kombat, and I was doing the whole fireball spam thing, right? And then like my friend, he finally gets close, and I hit him with just the most vicious uppercut. And then he has to start all the way over. I hit him with a vicious uppercut, and I back up and just start throwing fireballs again. And he worked so hard to get in, and then he finally closes the distance, and I just say, boom, and it just restarts. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful, man. I swear. Oh boy. Playing fighting games with your scrub friends is a very simple joy, but but a joy nonetheless. Let me check out some of these cassette tapes I got. Nana. Oh wait, how I do this again? Everyone in reality just wants control, men and women. And the weak often are more power hungry than the strong. Women being the weaker sex have bottomless hunger for control. They are insecure. I completely agree too. I completely agree. One thing I've noticed looking at a lot of these conversations between men and women about relationships, at the end of the day, men want to have the power in their relationship. Women want to have the power. And that's what a lot of this shit boils down to. That's part of the reason why I'm not dating. Because I want to have power. I'm no different. I don't want to be powerless in a relationship and put somebody in a position where they can fuck me over. I didn't say think about the girls. I was concerned about trafficking in general. Some are coerced and forced against their will at a young age. Both genders. I don't want. Yeah, I mean, look. Obviously, that's a bad thing, right? But look, again, there are bad aspects to any industry. That is what it is. It's not like every single porn star was kidnapped and forced at gunpoint. Hey, suck this black dick. Suck this black dick, bitch. I mean, come on. There's always going to be negative elements to just about any industry. Obviously, sex trafficking is bad, but is banning pornography going to end that? There was sex trafficking before pornography was readily available. They'll just be getting kidnapped and fucked in a warehouse somewhere by pedophiles. You got the whole Epstein Island thing. You don't need porn to make stuff like that work. Oh, this one's pretty good. Final Takeoff. I'm going to have to upload my prawn to Google Drive to preserve the images. Yeah, you gotta have some backups. I lost a whole terabyte of porn one time because one of my external hard drives that fucked up. External hard drives are so fragile too. Oh my god. External hard drives are so fragile. Like, you do not have a backup unless you have a backup for your backup. I mean, that's one thing I learned the hard way. It's amazing that I've been able to keep track of all my music. I got my whole archive backed up like 3 times at least. It's amazing I've been able to do that though, because it's we talk about like laptop malfunctions and external hard drive malfunctions. They're so fragile, I swear. I had one external hard drive stop working because my computer turned off while I was moving files from the external hard drive to the laptop. My laptop turned off, and somehow that just threw off one of the mechanisms within the external hard drive and just fucked it up. Shit is crazy. Like, you gotta, pro tip, back up your backup. If you're dealing with external hard drives, oh my god, those things are so fragile. It's like handling a damn egg. If sex bots existed, there would be a population decline, a societal decline in terms of productivity, but the violence would stop, that's for sure. Look, if we can get violence to stop based off that, look, let's go for it. But at the same time, you gotta think it might present new problems too, unforeseen issues that we not really that we're unable to predict. So it's one of those things that I'm cautiously optimistic about. Dude, this is so funny though. Like, you know Mark. Mark is the black guy character, right? But why is he on this damn cassette tape cover? Is he an artist? Is he a... Look at this. That's totally Mark. Hold up. I can't get this thing to move the way I want it to. Hold up. What the hell? How you get this thing to just... No, whatever. Okay. But you can see that's Mark, man. That's Mark. That's totally Mark. The building collapsed with a terrific crash. Oh my god, dude. This shit is crazy. Mark has been a jazz artist this whole time. I don't save it. I do have a shit ton of bookmarks though. I mean that works too, you know. I'm just, again, I'm a fan of pornography, so I like to collect. I call it fuck art.
It's already this late? First, take the cargo to warehouse number 8. Then, go to warehouse number 18.
Man, I kind of want to get a Wii U to play Wii games like Mad World. Oh, I had Mad World. I played that, actually. Yeah. It's been a while since I played it, so I can't really give you, you know, forgive me for not being able to give you the a very good review right now. But I do remember having quite a bit of fun with it. It has a pretty good soundtrack too. There's a lot of like rap songs. In fact, I think most of the soundtrack is like rap and hip hop. But it is a. I do remember enjoying it. I do remember enjoying it. I remember on V, when the game came out, a lot of people had liked it because it was like one of the few mature type games on the Wii at the time. That and No More Heroes. I love No More Heroes, by the way. Goddamn, I am a No More Heroes fanatic. I love No More Heroes so much. I say that, but I ain't even played the second one. Look, I love the first one. But the first No More Heroes games, that's the only one I played. It's so much fun. I love that game so much. No more heroes, it's kill or be killed. Look out for nobody but yourself, nothing else to do. No more heroes, no time to stay still if you are gonna be the number one. Highly recommend No More Heroes for sure. Very fun game. But I think it's the kind of game that you have to play on the Wii because the motion controls makes the combat so much more fun. Because you got to do like the swipes to do finishing moves and stuff like that, and that level of interactivity is really really adds to the fun factor of the game. And the main character is otaku. Come on now, who appreciates Moe? He gets a brown girlfriend in the sequel. Come on now, he's cool. Ebony girls crave the ivory the ivory court. In traditional society, they'll press you to get married, and you can say no. I'll pass. I'll pass. I hope so, man.
What?
I think that'll be a nightmare for the MGTOW type dudes, the herbivore males. Oh my God! Imagine God. See, we don't like ideas like enforced monogamy, because we would probably more than likely get destroyed in a stick. We'll get. I'm telling you, like don't forget you. In your mind, you see them pairing you up with a cute virgin of healthy weight, and then you end up with damn Precious. Nah, bruh. Looks like Hellbreaker wasn't late to the stream after all. Yeah. But you know what? You know why I stayed? I stayed because of Hellbreaker. I was like, man, this dude just got here. I felt bad for Hell. That dude. I was just about to go into Hellbreaker. Blame him. Blame him for this, or thank him, depending on how you feel. But I kind of felt bad. I was like, he just got here, dude. Like, let me at least throw like an extra hour in. I'll do one more day. I was like, damn. Y'all saw me. I was right there in the room. I saved. I was, you know, I caught up with the chat. I was about to dip out. Hellbreaker pulled up. I said, damn. Hellbreaker done pulled up with the cocaine. The party really just getting started. I'll do a line or two, but I really gotta go. I gotta get out of here before my mom comes home and she's like, "What? Hey, what's up with the bandwidth?" I wonder what it's like to have a mom who likes video games. That'd be so cool. I still can't get over when I went to my friend's house and their mom was watching Dragon Ball Z. I know, that shit was so cool. I mean, she was really she was watching it. That's what was like. It won't just on. She was watching. She was watching it. She was she was watching it like it was Love and Hip Hop or something. I was like, yo, that was the coolest shit I ever seen somebody's parents do. Just sit a mom just watching Dragon Ball Z, Frieza Saga. Oh my god, that was beautiful. Aside from the classics, aka Mario, Zelda, Kirby, Smash, and Pokemon, what exclusive titles would you justify the purchase of a Nintendo console? I'll admit I did grow up and enjoy the Wii DS era. That's why when you know, Mad World being released always stood out to me, because it did seem like at the time people who had a Wii, they were clamoring for any sort of like third party Wii game that was actually good. Anything that wasn't your typical, like you said, Mario, Zelda, Metroid game, like they wanted something that was good but wasn't like you know the main series that you see released on Nintendo consoles. But I mean, it's stuff there. It's stuff there, but I think that's definitely one thing that has been a consistent criticism of Nintendo consoles, is that their best games seem to always be those first party games. Their core series, the Marios and Zeldas and whatnot. But I'd argue though that those games in of themselves make the consoles worth buying, because we all know first party Nintendo games have a level of polish that is rarely matched in the industry. So I would argue that it's worth it even just for that. To this day, man, one of my favorite Nintendo games is Pikmin. I love Pikmin. I love. I buy a GameCube right now just to play Pikmin. I love Pikmin. That's probably like my favorite right there. Other than like Ocarina of Time, Pikmin is probably my favorite. I love that fucking game. I love that game so much. When you lose one Pikmin, oh my god, like you care, like you got an army of these little lovable guys, and you get to that point where you don't want to lose any of them. Like every now, look, it's sacrifices got to be made, but you get so attached to them, you don't want to lose a significant number of them. And the worst is when at the end of the day, if any of them don't make it to the ship, they get eaten by the creatures at night. It's so fucked up. If nothing else, you make sure you don't leave anybody behind. That's the worst. Because then you got to see that little clip where they get eaten as the ship is leaving into orbit. Oh god, heartbreaking shit. Marco lowballing shit to excuse his vices. Look, I have my vices. What can I say? I have my vices. It's no secret. I just really, I don't want to live in a society where we relinquish all of our power
Finished for the day.
to the government to dictate and ban and censor and control what the fuck we can do. It's just
Okay,
like
good job.
with alcohol. I
today's pay.
don't drink alcohol, right? That's one vice I don't fuck with.
Thank you.
But I don't want to dictate and
Keep up the
control
good work.
Yes, thank you very much.
whether or not other people can indulge in alcohol. And if you're just talking about like negative things associated with particular vices, right? You could call out negative things associated with pornography. But then I can say, okay, what about these things associated with alcohol? Are we gonna ban alcohol? Right? And they tried that and failed miserably, right? That actually happened and it failed miserably. And all I'm saying is I don't think that relinquishing that responsibility to the government to ban these things is the answer. I think as a people, as individuals, we have to exercise self-control and make proper decision making ourselves. Basically, we have to be adults about the shit that we do. We got to be grown about the shit that we do and find balance ourselves. Don't just let big daddy government control everything. But yeah, I don't drink alcohol. I don't fuck with that shit. But I don't want to say somebody else can't. Because of drunk driving and domestic abuse. Again, the plenty of negatives you can associate with it. But do we go to the extreme of banning it because of it?
Hi-dio.
Maybe,
I've got
maybe
something to
not.
ask you. Have you heard of the Long Jaw?
Langza?
The Mad Angels guys call the deal by that name. I need to find out when they're making this Long Jaw.
Sorry, I don't know anything, man.
Really? Excuse me.
I ain't feeling so good right now. Leave me alone, will ya?
I see.
What's the best way to archive? Are you talking about files and stuff? Are you talking about like files and precious data and whatnot? You got different options. Like, I think I have my music archive on 3 different laptops, 2 different external hard drives. I don't play about that shit, so I should get a cloud storage too, though. Just because, take it to the next level.
What?
Have you heard the term Long Jaw around the harbor?
Long Jaw? What's that?
I heard some Mad Angels talking something about it.
Long Jaw? Sounds Chinese or something. Sorry, I don't know what it is.
Leave me alone.
Is that so?
I'd say if it's very important, have it on 2 different computers, 2 different external hard drives, and a cloud storage. Depending on its level of importance. If it's just porn, just have a backup. Just have a store, like a main storage and a backup. If it's actually important, you might want to layer it, like 3 layers. Grandpa, father, son layers, basically. If it's important. If it's regular shit, like anime that you could easily find and download again, just regular backup. Get a cheap single board computer or your old computer laptop and a secondary backup. Dude, people, the first thing you want to do is get an external hard drive. Now I understand. But I've noticed that the most reliable way to store data is an old laptop and just an old laptop. That's always been the most reliable, an old laptop or something. And just have it, every now and then turn it on to keep everything, to knock the cobwebs out every now and then. But old laptop, man, because external hard drives, they fall. stuff just happens. But man, I swear that's why I keep my shit on like different laptops and external hard drives. And also, a lot of my content is online too. Like a lot of my beats and songs and whatnot. So, worst come to worst, I could just go go online and find most of my stuff. But I think now this is kind of cool.
Good.
One thing that I keep in my music archive, I still have each individual vocal from when I have my recording sessions. So I have all like going back to like That Feel With No Girlfriend and shit. Like I have every single vocal that I recorded. So not only do I have the beat and the completed song, I keep the vocals too. I keep the vocals and the session where I recorded it in Adobe Audition, which is like my music recording program. So that would be something interesting to put out. Those raw vocal files and shit. That would be funny. Oh God. Oh boy, I think I'm done. I think I'm really done now. I think that's it. It's 5. It's 5. All right. I might as well go for a clean 6. We're gonna finish out. We're gonna stop at exactly 6 hours. We're gonna stop at this. So we got 5 minutes left. I'll wrap up. Let's acknowledge all the contributors, all the super chats. Oh wait, there are none. Oh, boy, that's great. Somebody super chatted $100 during the last live stream. I hope I properly thanked him. I think I kind of glossed over it. No offense, but I don't think Chad would know what to do with a single board computer. What's a single board computer? I think I would rather try a forklift job than be a cuck for wage Donald's. McDonald's seemed so bad. I remember there was this thread on Reddit that was very controversial because this guy I think he worked in fast food or retail. He said he made a thread on Reddit where he was talking about how the worst customers that he had to deal with were always black, African American. And that thread was so, oh God, people, oh man. It was like people who knew he was right. And then you had the politically correct people who like, no, you can't say that. That thread was, man, that was boy, I'll never forget that one. That was crazy. But yeah, McDonald's seems like the worst as far as like customer service shit. It really does, man. But retail and fast food just seems bad in general. And I think really I'd be intimidated by fast food because I wouldn't want to be responsible for somebody else's food. You know, like in particular, like when you're a cook, you know, the outcome of the meal is on you. And I wouldn't want that kind of pressure, to be honest. Just being real, I wouldn't want that kind of pressure. When them fries too cold. But really, to be fair, from what I see, the people out in front really got to deal with most of that because they're on the front lines. So they got to deal with the brunt of it. Then they got to take it to the back. Like, the fries is too cold, Daquan. Shit. Kisami's first day wagey slaving would be gold. It depends on the job. It depends on the job. I mean, I always tell you guys, I really love my job as a janitor. I really enjoyed it. And it was so funny because the whole janitor job is always built up to be like this terrible thing. Man, that shit fit me like a glove. That shit fit me like a glove. Damn. My arms are so thick and strong now. What the fuck? I didn't even realize that. My forearms are just like, it almost feels like some goddamn wood. You should wagey slave at some point. I've been a wage slave before. I just never slaved at McDonald's. Yeah, man. McDonald's just seemed particularly bad. Particularly bad, man. I just... man. Ugh. I was thinking about applying at like Dollar Tree or something, but I've seen Dollar Tree get pretty bad too. The problem I see at like places like Dollar Tree is a lot of times it seems like they have an issue with workers showing up. So you might be someone who's consistent as far as showing up, but then other people aren't. And so it'll be a day where it's very busy and you got one person in the back stocking stuff up and you up front running the cash register, and it's just 7, 8, 9 people in line complaining and talking shit. Oh man, they need to get more cashiers out here. I don't know how many times. Like, it's like, look, you know, this is what they have, right? People be talking like they just got extra workers in the back somewhere, it's like stashed away in a box. Like, this is what the fuck they got. It's literally 2 people in here, bitch. You want them to just goddamn summon some people. Like it's a JRPG Yuna in Final Fantasy X. Just summon Ifrit, summon Shiba. I didn't donate 100 USD. I donated 100 KR, which is 10 USD. Was that you, Gumbo-san? Well, look, 100 of anything, I'll take it. Chat, look at Raspberry if you want to find out single board computers. They're a cheaper alternative. Just look it up and get into it. I'll inform you more on the Discord if you get into it. I'll write down single board. What is it? Single board? Single board computers. Single board computer. Okay. Oh, what the hell? Man, I haven't watched a horror movie since like Halloween. I got to get back into watching horror movies again. I had quite a few that I downloaded I didn't even get to. Chad Marco acting like McDonald's is some high-end restaurant. They deep fry all that stuff. The nuggets fries is not really like a real cooking job. But look, when them fries cold, I'm telling you. Or you put pickles up there and he asks for no pickles, Shaniqua, the manager, gonna come back there with an attitude, bruh. I'm just saying, I get it. You ain't gotta make cauliflower Choulong or some or some French, some complex French hell kitchen shit. But when them damn fries cold, you gonna feel the wrath of the hood, bruh. I'm not difficult, Flim. Send it to me. Yeah, send it to Keys to me. Look, I might check it out. I might check it out. Oh man. This guy, you're going to go that far for a guy who won't read what you send. I keep telling him though, don't take it personally. Don't. It's not a personal thing. That's just how I am. Even the people who know me in real life have a hard time getting in contact with me. I'm not a phone guy. I'm not. That's just never been my thing. Just never been my thing. When I get off stream, I'm usually trying to eat and look at a YouTube video, and then I done forgot about anything what anybody said here. Look, I might not reply in a timely manner, but just don't take it personally. just don't take it personally. I love all you guys. All right, it's been 6 hours. It was a 6-hour stream. This is fantastic. We had a great night. We had a lot of great conversations. You know, we talked about Kanye. We talked about chicks, man. We talked about pornography. We talked about video games, anime. It was all good. Talked about wage slave. We had a good time, man. Talked about Shenmue being a boring ass game about forklifting. And we're still not done. I'm doing this whole game though, by the way. So, you know. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'll see you guys later. I didn't get the Shining Force 1, but I'll probably stream again today, so